I'd like to call the North Providence Town Council meeting to order. Please stand and salute the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's like school, right?
Item number 1 on our agenda, the acceptance of meeting minutes. The meeting minutes from April 1st, 2014 to be accepted and approved by the Town Council. I'll entertain a motion to accept and approve and place on file.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 2 on the agenda, Class BV full liquor license application. The Town Council to consider and a possible vote for the approval of an application for a new Class BV liquor license from Sorrento Restaurant LLC, 1848 Smith Street. The said application was advertised in the Providence Journal on April 11th and April 18th, 2014, for a hearing on this date. Is there someone here this evening representing Sorrento's?
Hello.
How are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Please just state your name for the record.
Michael Normandin.
Okay. Did you want to let the council know a little bit about your restaurant and the reason why you're requesting your license?
It's a full-service Italian restaurant, and I felt I need a liquor license to serve wine, beer, sambuca with the espresso, some anisette, martinis, that type of thing.
Did you give a menu to the clerk's office by any
Yes.
chance? You did? Okay, I didn't see it in here.
He was here last week. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Does anyone have any questions? I think it's pretty straightforward. I'll entertain a motion to grant subject to all necessary requirements.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 3, a liquor license transfer application. The Town Council to consider the approval of a transfer of a Class BV liquor license. The said application was advertised in the Providence Journal on April 18th and 25th, 2014 for a hearing on this date. The liquor license is coming from Joseph Romano, DBA Tuscan Grill, 1527 Smith Street, to Osho Sushi Bar, Incorporated, DBA Osho Sushi Bar, 1527 Smith Street.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. Mark Krieger, 132 Old River Road in Lincoln, representing the applicant.
Thank you.
It's, again, a pretty straightforward application. This is a sushi restaurant and Japanese food. We've submitted a menu. They're actually having some new ones printed up. The hours of operation would be Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 10, and Friday to Saturday, 11 to 11.
Are there any questions? You're correct, it is a straightforward application. The only thing that I will entertain a motion, if there are any tangible taxes that are owed from the previous owner to the new owner, those will be required to be paid prior to the transfer is made.
Understood.
Okay? So I'll entertain a motion to grant, subject to all necessary requirements, including the taxes on the tangibles be current for the year before the transfer is made.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Item 4,
Thank you very much.
you have one more.
Oh, yes.
Just quick. Item 4 will be for your victualling license. The council to consider the approval of a victualling license from Osho Sushi Bar Incorporated at 1527 Smith Street. I'll entertain a motion to grant, subject to all necessary requirements.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very
Thank you
much,
very
and we
much.
wish you luck.
Good luck.
Item number 5, Fry Energy. On this particular item, we're just waiting for the retainer agreement to be signed for the attorney to review. So I will entertain a motion to continue this item until next month.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 6 was for a proposed ordinance. I will entertain a motion to continue this item for next month's meeting also.
So moved.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 7, ordinance number 14002, an ordinance repealing Chapter 12, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of North Providence entitled Private Detective Licenses and amending the said Chapter 12, Article 2 in its entirety to provide for the concealed weapon licensing permitting. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Is there anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this ordinance? Hearing none, is there anyone who would like to speak against the ordinance? Is there anyone here who would like to speak against the ordinance? Is there anyone here who would like to speak against the ordinance? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 14-002.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 8 on the agenda, correspondence relative to the Hopkinton Police Department. We received a request from the acting chief, Paul Martellini, to appear along with the Hopkinton Police Chief, David Palmer, to discuss the correspondence relative to the Hopkinton Police Department requests from the Google forfeiture account. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, how are you?
Good, how are you tonight?
Do you mind if I do this?
No. Well, if you speak, yeah, we just need you to speak into it.
My name is Paul Martellini. I'm the Acting Chief of Police of the North Providence Police Department. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here this evening. I've been in law enforcement for 25 years and have the privilege of working for the North Providence Police Department going on 23 years this August. It has been my honor to serve as Acting Chief of Police for the last 2.5 years. This charge has been the most demanding and rewarded portion of my career. It has been a privilege to serve the people of North Providence. I've never imagined that I would be standing here attempting to defend my honor and integrity over an expenditure that I truly feel will help another law enforcement agency in the state of Rhode Island. I have prided myself in doing things above board, honorably and transparent. Our department has come a long way from unfortunate incidents of the past. I have provided each member of this council with packets that present the Google forfeiture request in reference to the Hopkinton Police Department. You have all had several days to review and examine this request. You have had the opportunity to review all correspondence between myself, Chief Palmer, and the Department of Justice. Now, I would like to ask this council several questions relative to this issue. On April 23rd, an incendiary email was sent from an attorney hired by this council, an attorney by the name of Manzalillo. This was sent to the Department of Justice. This email was a character assassination of myself and my fellow chief of police in Hopkinton. An assassination on an attempt that I felt that we were transparent, true, honorable, and basically provided all the documentation to the Department of Justice. This email and this request was vetted out to the Department of Justice.
Chief, excuse me,
Sir.
Madam Chairman. Could you read that email into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Can you give me a moment so I can find it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure if everyone has their booklet.
Yeah.
Refer to Section 9 of this booklet. This email is dated Wednesday, April 23rd, 2014, 9:23 a.m. It's to Brian Boykin, Alice Deary, Kristen Catanzaro, Attorney Daniel Calabro, Jr., Attorneys Sean Doherty. Subject, Catanzaro takes issue to the Google-funded gift to Hopkinton. Dear Alice and Brian, we, Kristen Catanzaro and I, along with two colleagues, were specifically told by you that the $150,000 was requested for a 911 upgrade for the town of Hopkinton. Now we have learned from the chief's mouth to the press it is some type of payback for services. Please consult with Alice and get back to me. We were misled as to the use, and the town council and myself feel that the $150,000 should be returned immediately, and proper action should be taken for whoever lied to the DOJ about its use. Payback for services that are not presented to your offices and paybacks that are unaccountable are not and should not be acceptable. It smells of backroom deals and improperly taking care of friends. It perverts the integrity of the equitable sharing program, which should be discouraged and averted at all costs. DOJ's mantra has always been, even the mere perception of impropriety should be avoided. I am in D.C. today at DOJ headquarters on an unrelated matter. I can be reached by cell phone. Please contact me as soon as possible. There was also a hyperlink to the article that was in the Breeze, which I would assume Mr. Manzalillo was referring to.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another question I have is this incendiary email has nothing to do with governing body, which I was told by this council, Mr. Manzalillo was hired by this council to determine who the governing body is. There was never any questions or dialogue with my office or anyone from my police department associated with our agency relative to this request to the DOJ. Madam President, I spoke to you on Thursday at 3:30 in a budget hearing. I told you I was truthful, I was honest to you. I told you that I was holding the $150,000 voluntarily. I made that decision. I was not ordered by the DOJ to do such. I did it on my own volition. I looked you in the eye. I told you the truth. You never responded to me. Madam President, you were CC'd on this email. You knew about this email. You basically gave the authority to Mr. Manzalillo to character assassinate me and a man who I have the utmost respect for.
I think that when you and I had spoken,
We spoke today, absolutely.
and I specifically said to you,
That you knew nothing about this email.
I knew that the email was not sent. I was CC'd on the email, and I agree with that, being CC'd on the email, but I did not authorize, nor did anyone on this council authorize the sending
If I
of
could-
that email.
and
So
Madam
with all due
please,
respect, ma'am-
hold on one second.
Sure.
So please do not say that it was authorized and I knew about it prior to being sent. That's why.
That's why I'm here tonight, ma'am.
And that's why I said to you, I did not. Being CC'd on something, and as you can see in all the other documents, I've been CC'd on all the correspondence.
Okay.
And the first time after the budget meeting, I saw the response. And I was not,
31 hours later.
and I was not happy with that at all.
If I may finish?
Madam
If I may
President, let me
finish?
just say one thing.
Sure.
You know, you say you didn't know anything about it, but your silence was awfully deafening when you didn't respond to the DOJ and tell them that you wanted that rescinded. You left that and you let it go because you thought you were going to get the headlines out of it, how you stopped 150,000.
Well, on the
And you know what?
contrary.
And you know what? And you know what? It's sickening now that these people have to be slandered. It's despicable that these people have to go through all this by a firm of Manzanillo and Calabro, who are not even licensed to practice law in this state.
I think you're wrong, and that's not the issue for
I
tonight.
am not wrong. I'm 100% right.
Councilman, do you work?
Do I work? Do I work? No.
Okay, well, I do.
Yeah.
I own a business.
Yeah.
And I will not be accused of knowing about an email anytime during it being sent.
No, I didn't ask.
Okay?
I didn't say that. I said you were deafening afterwards. Once
We
the
had a
email was
budget.
sent.
We had a budget hearing the next day at 8:30 in the morning. This was addressed immediately. Okay, so me telling the chief, and I
You
thought
spoke to
the
me
chief
today.
believed me when I told him I did not authorize the email. I was CC'd on the email like every other document.
Ma'am, if I can, I spoke to each member of this council individually. I showed them the email in which they slandered my reputation, my integrity. Like I told you earlier, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a police officer. I take this charge very seriously. These gentlemen that I work with, they're like my brothers. This is, this is what I have. Other than being a father and a husband, these are the people that I have. These are the people that I associate with. Our integrity means more than anything to us. This badge, we wear this with honor. Every day I get up and I put this uniform on, it's a privilege to serve these people in North Providence.
As
This is
does
an
our
honor.
integrity, Chief.
And I'm not questioning your integrity. I'm questioning each member of this panel. I spoke to them individually. Some didn't call me back until the next day, but I talked to each one of you, and not one of you condoned that email. No one knew about it. The only individual that was CC'd on this email was yourself. 31 hours later, I sat in front of you. I was honest. I was open. I had an open dialogue with you. I told you the problems that we were facing as a law enforcement agency and where we were needed to move forward because of this freeze on the Google money. Silence was deafening. Somebody slandered my reputation. Attorney Manzanillo doesn't know me from a hole in the wall. He can walk in here today and be the first time I ever met that gentleman. He owes me an apology. He owes this police department an apology. He owes this gentleman to my left an apology. He owes a public apology to the people of North Providence who I serve every day. With
And
an
I
honor.
agree, and I agree with you. Absolutely agree with you.
You have this book. This is transparency. The money was allocated into the fund for the North Providence Police Department on March 28th. I had the money. Mr. Manzanillo was not even involved until April 8th when he sent correspondence to the Department of Justice. I had that money. I was going to have a dialogue with Attorney Gallone to explain to him what other requirements do we need to make. You people, or anyone else who associates with Manzanillo, did not even offer me that opportunity. You chastised me, you questioned my integrity to the highest form of law enforcement in the country, the Department of Justice. When you're talking to the Department of Justice about an individual who basically has the allocation of $60 million and is trying to do the right thing for these people in North Providence, every day, where these officers are out there working every day, and all I want to do for them is provide them with the equipment and the training that they need to perform the service to the people of North Providence, that the people have become accustomed to. I don't need anyone disparaging my character. I've built it over 25 years in law enforcement. My peers don't need to look at me and say, is that guy screwing up what was sent to them from the Department of Justice? I will never do that. I take it very serious. I work for you. I work for them. I take offense to Mr. Manzalo's accusations, especially to the man who came to this police department for 11 months under the tumultuous times after a sergeant was basically put in jail for 20 years, who came there and steered our department in the right direction. He did the right, honorable thing. And you want to chastise myself and this man? That is absolutely wrong. And I take offense to that. And anybody that condones that, I take offense to that. You people are honorable people. I spoke to you. I told you the truth. I told you the truth today. I'm offended. That man owes me a public apology. He owes this man a public apology. He owes the people in North Providence a public apology. You need to fire him. Because I'll be honest with you, anybody who works under my command, who doesn't do their job appropriately and doesn't do it with integrity and honor, I'm looking to fire that individual. I'd like to give the mic
Madam President?
I'd like to give the mic to Chief Palmer.
Oh, before Chief Palmer, Madam President, I want to make a motion that we terminate all agreements that were made with the unlicensed firm of Calabro and Manzalolo with this council immediately, and would also include in this motion that any and all agreements that were made for the Financial Audit Committee also be included and terminated.
That's not on the agenda this evening.
Well, yeah, no, the mine is not on the agenda. It's on the agenda now. It's on the agenda now. And I also
Councilman
want a letter
Juicy.
sent to the chairman of the Audit Committee notifying him.
Madam President.
Councilman Juicy.
It's on the agenda. Don't give me any of that nonsense. It's on the agenda with these people. It's despicable what they did, what that man did, and you want to maintain and keep him on the books? Come on. This is awful. He disparaged and made slanderous remarks about Chief Martellini, Chief Palmer, the police department in North Providence, and the police department in Hopkinton. And he also, in a roundabout way, took care of the state police too when he did all this, because they're giving money to Hopkinton. It's despicable that you want to even keep him on here.
Councilman Juicy.
Get rid of him. I made the motion. Do I have a second?
Madam President, I'm going to second the motion. We can't be open to liability on this town with someone slandering. We can't, and I did verify today with the Rhode Island Supreme Court and the Rhode Island Bar Association that him and his firm are not licensed to practice law in the state of Rhode Island.
I disagree with you.
Well, that was as of today.
I disagree with you as far as that, and as far as the issue. We cannot take a vote this evening, and we will have to put it on an agenda item if that's how you feel.
I disagree with you on that
not,
wholeheartedly.
Well, then you should have put it on the agenda that that's what you wanted to do. But you didn't.
I didn't plan on doing this, but I'm going to do it now
Well,
because you want to keep this crook on for another month.
So now
he's a criminal, and just the fact that he practiced law in this state without a license, he's a criminal.
Councilman, you are way off.
I am not way off.
You are way.
You want me to read you the law?
Councilman, you are way off.
All right.
This issue is not on the agenda this evening. We were being approached by the police chiefs to discuss the email and their
You want to keep them on board
I'm not
so you
saying
can play your
on
little
board.
politics, and you want to do all your little
Juicy.
vengeance and your little witch hunts for against our police department. That's why you want to keep them on board so we can keep going to the DOJ with all this nonsense. These guys work their butts off, and they put their lives on the line for us, and we got to listen to this nonsense from some guy that isn't even licensed to practice law? Come on.
Madam Chairman?
All set, Councilman?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, may I make a suggestion? I feel that if you feel that this is not proper to have on the agenda tonight, I think many of you can make a motion, and with a unanimous vote of this council, you could get it on the agenda.
We're not putting it on the agenda. This item.
Excuse me, those are the rules, Madam President.
Right.
Those are the rules. With a 7 vote, to the best of my knowledge, I was on the council for a long time, unless you people change the rules. with a unanimous vote of this board, I think any member of this council could put something on the agenda.
Okay, let me just explain something. I realize the email has caused a controversy. It was not right. The board did not approve it.
Are you going to terminate him?
If there is...
Are you going to terminate him, Madam President?
Could I speak?
Are you going to terminate him?
Could I speak?
I'm speaking now. Are you going to terminate him?
If that was an issue to be on the agenda this evening, it has to be posted and comply with open meetings law, and it did not. If it was up for discussion on an agenda, it would be different, but not a vote. The issue is being addressed, and at that time, when the issue will be addressed, then we will take a vote on it in the proper form with it properly posted on the agenda. And the issue is being addressed right now. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, the way it was done, it cannot go on the agenda this evening like that. And that's
Okay,
just what
I
it is.
wholeheartedly disagree with you. I see your counsel in the back disagreeing with me. I would like to know by what rule that you're following, that he couldn't make a motion on the agenda item that's here that relates to this conversation.
Because it was not put on the agenda to discuss the termination of an attorney. And that's how you have to post it on the agenda. You know as well as I do, we cannot take a vote on something that is not on the agenda. So I will take
I
all of the
wholeheartedly
comments
disagree with you. I wholeheartedly disagree with you. And
Chief, that's just, we've always
That's
done
o-
it that way, and that's the way it is.
Well, that's fine. Because you always did it that way doesn't make it right. But let me ask you this question, and then I'll get off because I believe Chief Palmer has something to say. And I will repeat everything that Chief Martellini said about this gentleman here, a chief we were proud to have with us. He did a yeoman's job in straightening out our police department. In the event that everything that was stated here tonight is true, as stated by Chief Martellini, do you intend on firing this man?
That is not up for discussion this evening, and I can't say it,
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
say it anymore. It's not on the agenda. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Palmer. I'm the chief of the Hopkinton Police Department, and I was your acting chief in 2008. I want to thank Chief Dick Fossa and Chief Paul Martellini for the kind words. It was trying times in 2008. I'd like to approach with some additions to your booklet. One is a proposal that I gave to the state police on March 10th, 2013, which was approximately 14 months ago. And then the other proposal is the one February 17th to the state police. I don't believe you have either one of those. The one on February 17th, 2014 is basically a replica of the one you already have, but I want to make sure that you have all the documentations. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes.
I submit those in full transparency. I, as Chief Martellini, take offense to the letter that was sent by Mr. Manzolillo. And I got to say, it speaks volumes, or it would have spoken volumes if he was already gone at this point. I did read the Valley Breeze. I did recognize that there were many town council officials here that were remorseful that got sent forward, and I assume that, I would like to think that all of you didn't see it. And I'll leave it at that. Unfortunately, it wasn't an internal memo. It went to the Department of Justice, a well-respected department. That well-respected department then contacted my former employee, the state police to question my integrity. That's troublesome. As Chief Montalini said, we protect our reputation. And he's got 25 years, I've got 33 years, an unblemished reputation, and honestly, I'd like to keep it. And there wasn't 1 ounce of truth to that memo. And there's some things I want to talk about a little bit in depth about the 4 things that I found troublesome in that memo. That there were lies, that there were backroom deals, that there was a perverse use of equitable sharing, and there was favoritism. I'm going to talk about the lies. Back in 2012, I approached Colonel O'Donnell, probably one of the most respected law enforcement agents here in the state of Rhode Island. And my understanding at the time on the Google money was that they were going to have a committee, the East Providence, North Providence, and the state police. They have a committee to assist smaller police departments in helping them with financial situations that they had. And there would be proposals, and they would review them, and there was a possibility that money would be divvied out for troubled police departments. That's what my mindset was. From that point on, every document that you have, it's about a dispatch console. It never changed. There was no lies. And they were to submit, and in his email, he says someone should pay for the lies there. And there's where I submit to you that Mr. Mansalillo should now pay for his lies. I'm going to talk a little bit about the backroom deals. I assume the backroom deal would be because Chief Montalini and I have a relationship. Well, that backroom deal went to the Colonel of the State Police, I believe, 3 times before it then goes to the Mayor Lombardi. And then Mayor Lombardi told me straight out that that's Chief Montalini's avenue, and he's not going to weigh into it. He was supportive of it, but the final decision is going to be Chief Montalini's. That's the way Mayor Lombardi handled all types of issues that we had in the North Providence when I was here in 2008. There was never any backroom deal. There was 2 people, my ex-boss and Chief Montalini, that were well aware of it. Clearly, there was no backroom deal. And when you state that there's some type of backroom deal, then you're going to look at me and Chief Montalini as if we're doing something dirty. And as I said, it couldn't be more transparent. As far as the favoritism, I came down here, and myself, Deputy Chief Marino, and then Captain Montalini, and Lieutenant Brendan Furtado, we took on some major issues. The only thing that you're looking at right now is finance, and I'm not going to get into all the things that we did. In my opinion, there is no favoritism here. In speaking with Chief Montalini, we made some decisions, and I say we because the bottom line is I consulted on them and on just about everything we did, because I got to go back to state police, and they had to stay here, and if I made a mess of the situation, they had to live with it. I didn't have to live with it. I was going to go back to the state police. So it was important, and they were a wealth of knowledge, and they couldn't have been more supportive. And I'm not sure that you realize the hidden gem that you have in Chief Montalini. I have as he said about me, that he has the utmost respect for me. I have the utmost respect for him as well. And I could go on for about an hour on some of the things that he's done for your department that you're probably not aware of. I want to just read 2 paragraphs to the letter that I sent to Mayor Lombardi, because it basically gives you an idea of what my mindset was when I was submitting this. And this is just a portion of it. You have the full the full letter, and it goes on to expound in the middle of it about the proposal itself. It's dated 1/21/14. I understand that you probably have been inundated with requests since you have received the Google money, and point blankly, here comes another. Please understand that I know North Providence does not owe Dave Palmer anything. It was an honor and privilege to serve as the acting chief of North Providence. I believe it is an understatement that I received much more than I gave while serving in that capacity. It allowed me the opportunity to determine what I wanted to do after leaving the Rhode Island State Police and to develop some skills needed to be a police chief. But much more than that, I developed some great relationships between people that I have the utmost respect for within the North Providence Police and town administration, which I feel remains today. I've stated several times to friends and colleagues that my assignment at North Providence was the most arduous but most rewarding in my 33-year law enforcement career. You and Dick Foster were true to your word when you stated you would leave me to do what I needed to do within the police department, and I am hoping, with the help of all, left it in a better place than when I came. As I write this, I recognize this letter should have come directly after my departure, so it did not sound self-serving. Therefore, I need to reiterate that you owe me nothing, and if you are unable to help, I understand completely. I send this letter with the mindset that some of the Google money may be used to help smaller departments. With this in mind, I feel I would be remiss in not requesting and at least be heard in an attempt to leave Hopkinton Police in a better place than when I came. Business is business, and goes on to expound about the proposal. Business is business, and camaraderie is completely different. With that in mind, I hope you know that no matter what your decision, it will have absolutely no effect on how I view my relationship with you and all the good people in North Providence. That's an excerpt. It basically explains to you that I felt that North Providence owed me nothing. We made some really good decisions when we were down here on many things. They weren't all perfect, but thank God on the Google, we made some good decisions. And I got to go back there a little bit to bring you to the concept that was going on at the time. 2008, it was a tumultuous financial as well as internal issues here in North Providence, and I'm going to rave about Mayor Lombardi's ability to trust his police chief, because at that time there was a question that we bring back Tim Heston, who was down at FDA, and saved $54,000. Clearly, in today's world, when you know that you have $60 million, $54,000 here, and we invest that and you get $60 million, clearly that's a no-brainer. But it wasn't a no-brainer in 2008. And when the question arose, I had experience with forfeitures, and I explained that I felt that we should keep them down there because I think it's money well spent. At the time, I had to worry about budget, but I don't think in the extent that the mayor had to. And the mayor looked at me and said, "You're the chief, do you think we should keep them down there?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Then we're keeping them down there." And I'm going to go a little bit further to give him a little bit more credit. 2 months later, I went to him again, and I knew that there was a task force opening with HIDA, which was the Rhode Island State Police FBI task force. I had the perfect guy down there, Jimmy Watts, who was doing a great job in North Providence. I went to the mayor and I said, "Mayor, we have an opening here. It's going to cost another $54,000, but you're marrying yourself with two great organizations, and there's a possibility that you may have some more federal forfeiture money." I got to assume that the mayor was rolling his eyes when he heard me say that, because, as I said, that the financial situation was not good. He looked at me and said, "You're the chief. You think we should put him down there?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I do." He said, "Well, then you put him down." And it worked out. It worked out on our behalf, because shortly thereafter, Tim Heston retired from the FDA. Jimmy Watts was lighting it up over at the task force at HIDA, and so it was a transition to go from HIDA over to FDA, who ended up doing the Google money. If any of those things did not happen, then the $60 million would not be coming here. And that's not because of me. It's because of Mayor Lombardi having the trust in his chief to go forward. And he has that same trust in Paul Marlini, and I have that trust. And I think that the town council needs to have that trust. I want to touch a little bit about the statement of a perversion of the equitable sharing. I'm not sure what Mr. Manzalillo was referring to. I submit that that a dispatch unit is exactly what the primary function of an equitable sharing is. And if he's referring to helping out another police department, I don't get that, because I see no perversion there. When state police got a call from Mayor Lombardi asking for assistance, they didn't look at it and say, you know what is state police going to get out of that? No, their mantra is that they help all police departments. And what's good for each police department is good for another one. You know, as I'm driving up here, I get a call from a chief requesting some things that I had on my software. At that point, that software has been abolished, but I knew another police chief that had the same thing. And I called that police chief, say, can you help out this other police department? And what's their answer? Yes. Why? Because we're a police department. We help each other. There's a relationship there, and it extends across boundaries, and it extends from as far north in Rhode Island as to south, west, east. We take care of each other. There's camaraderie there, and we help each other. I have training officers. I have officers that go to training all throughout the state. They're helping us. It's not helping that police department to have a training officer helping Hopkinton in a direct manner, but indirectly, yes. So there's no perversion there. So at the end of the day, I come here to speak, not to recruit you to give Hopkinton $150,000. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to protect my reputation, protect the mayor's reputation, protect Chief Marlini's reputation. It was a slam across each one of our bows, and I got to say it was very ill-prepared. And as you recognize now, he shot from the hip because all the money had already been returned to DOJ. So I thank you for your time, and my hope is that you make the right decision with Mr. Manzalillo. Thank you.
Madam
Thank you,
President,
Chief. Yes.
I want to make a couple of motions if I can. This sticks in my craw. I've been, ever since I found out about this guy. I'm going to ask that a letter be sent to Mr. Manzalillo, asking him to provide the town of North Providence a copy of his professional liability policy. And the reason I'm asking for this is because we up here on the council right now are open to liable suits, because this guy was unlicensed to practice law in this state, along with his firm. And at the same time, I would like to make a motion that we file a complaint against Calabro and Manzalillo with the Unauthorized Practice of Law Committee and the Supreme Court and Bar Association Disciplinary Council. This guy cannot continue. Let's hear it out loud, Counselor. Let's hear it out loud. Yeah.
What I take issue with, and is that specifically on the agenda, where I don't disagree, there has to be a forum to discuss what you want to discuss and vote on, I agree with. But it has to be on the agenda to discuss the issue of what we're going to do with the firm. We're here listening to the chiefs this evening, and I know the issue has to be addressed. I'm in 100% agreement with it, but it was not transparently put on an agenda for us to have any of the documentation that you're making the accusation of also. So as far as the license or anything like that, I'm just trying to stick to the facts in front of us this evening where the chiefs wanted to come and speak with us about the email that none of us approved. That will be on the agenda for you to make your motions and whatever you have to do. I am in agreement with that.
Once
But
again-
for purposes this evening, the chiefs are in front of us to show their displeasure, which I am in agreement
Once
with.
again, you're-
And I believe that the chiefs believe us, or believe myself, I hope. I was CC'd on the email, absolutely. And I did have a meeting, a budget meeting, but you and I didn't have any type of
Can I ask a
private
question?
conversation
When
during the
did you know?
budget hearing.
I know that. When did you know about this email?
Probably about 10:30.
At night?
At night, and then
So
the
on
next
April
morning,
23rd, that night?
probably when I came home from work.
And what
and the next-
affirmative action did you take to basically tell Mr. Manzolillo that that's not
didn't-
what I feel about our chief of police or the chief of police in Hopkinton?
I didn't get to talk to him until we got out of the budget meeting the next night.
Okay, on the 24th.
At 6 o'clock.
On the 24th, what affirmative action did you take?
I
On the
spoke with him-
25th, what affirmative action did you take?
Could
I'm
I
just-
tell you?
Absolutely. To this day, I've never received any correspondence from Mr. Manzolillo, other than his other slanderous email that I showed you, that I included in this booklet. This is transparency. Every one of you have this booklet. You've had it for 5 days. This is the original request from Chief Palmer to Mayor Lombardi, when Mayor Lombardi told him, as a man of his word, deal with the chief, deal with me. There was another letter from Chief Palmer. I vetted it out. I asked Brian Boykin from the Department of Justice. You have the dates. We all have the dates. Brian Boykin approved it. AFMILS approved $150,000. I had the money on March 28th. I held on to the money because I wanted to make sure that I met the requirements and abided by the law and abided by the requirements, because that's what I do. I'm a police officer. I'm the chief of police. I represent this town. I did what I was required to do. I never did anything else. On April 11th, Mr. Manzolillo sends an email or correspondence to the Department of Justice. That's the first time he's involved. If I wanted to do something that I lied, I did a backdoor deal, I took care of a friend, I had from March 28th to April 11th to give that money. I chose not to. I didn't do that because that's the proper, ethical thing to do. I did that. But no one, no one on this board, you all read this. You all have it in front of you. You need to do the right thing. When someone who works for me does the wrong thing, we hold that person accountable. You need to hold Mr. Manzolillo accountable. Now, I'm not sure of the procedures of the council, what needs to be on the agenda. But you need to hold this man accountable, because when you come to the table and we discuss the governing body, and we will, because we need to do that for these people in North Providence. They need the service that they're accustomed to. These officers need the equipment and the training that they're accustomed to. So we're going to have to sit down sooner or later. And I'm telling you today, I cannot sit across the table from Mr. Manzolillo, because Mr. Manzolillo lied, defamed, and slandered my character along with Chief Palmer. That is wrong. You need to do the right thing. You need to step up to the plate. You need to say to Mr. Manzolillo, we don't condone that behavior. You don't shoot before you aim. And he did that. You have this. Every one of you have this. I spoke to every one of you. I trusted you. I came to you individually. I spoke to every one of you, except Mr. Lynch until he called me and we spoke about it. But I went to your house. I spoke to you in my office. I went to your office. I spoke to you in my office. You all had it. Madam President, I spoke to you today. You know how I feel about this. You need to do the right thing. I implore you, please, for the people of North Providence and for those men and women back there, for the North Providence Police Department, for Chief Palmer, you need to do the right thing. Get an honorable integrity with an attorney that wants to work this out, delve through this issue, and we can come to a common resolution, because the people of North Providence deserve that.
And I agree that the people of North
Then
Providence
do it.
deserve
Then do it.
The
Ma'am,
whole
then do
reason,
it.
Chief,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here this evening to conduct ourselves as professionals. So let's conduct ourselves as professionals.
Madam President.
We understand your situation, chiefs and Chief Forcer. We get it. We get it. We will step back, look at the situation, analyze the situation, and come to you with an agreement. Is that fair enough to say? We will come to you with a mutual agreement at a later date. Now is not the time. You agree with that? Now is not the time, or the forum.
Mr. Lynch,
Hold on,
Councilman
hold
Lynch,
on.
Councilman Lynch. No, wait a minute.
Yes, Councilman Juicy.
I think, and I don't know if I can do this or not, but I'd like to have a special meeting Thursday night and put all this on the agenda and get this going immediately. We don't have to wait at a later date. Let's do it immediately. They slandered
Okay,
the North Providence Police Department, the Hopkinton Police Department, and in a roundabout way, they slandered the state police. And that's a shame. That's a shame. So it's up to us to get this done right away. Let's do it Thursday night at a special meeting. Let's call for a special meeting Thursday night.
we need to just back up 1 minute here, okay? The item on the agenda this evening is clearly stated. The chiefs wanted to come to us to talk about a correspondence. I realize there's other issues. We've all identified that we are not in agreement with an email that went out. That is the item on the agenda. I am not going to compromise what we do as town council members on our agendas just for an agenda item to make votes that aren't on there. That's number one. Do I feel we have to address it? Absolutely. It will be addressed.
When?
But that is the item that is on the agenda for the chiefs.
When will it be addressed?
If the chiefs have anything else, Chief Palmer and Chief Modellini have anything else that they would like to address the council with now, please feel free to address the council now if you have anything else that you'd like to say.
I do, Madam Chairman.
Well, I'm asking the chief of police's first, please.
According to our charter, I'm the Deputy Public Safety Director. I'm in the same...
I know, but I want
Okay,
to
all right.
ask the chiefs first if there's anything else that they would like to address the council with.
Ma'am, I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you. Chief
I have one closing
Modellini?
statement. I'm probably talking a little bit too much, and I understand that. But I hold this board in the highest esteem, and I know each one of you have integrity and honor, and I implore you to do the right thing. To show the people of North Providence that you don't condone that type of behavior. Mr. Manzolillo needs to publicly apologize. Mr. Manzolillo should not have the honor to work for this town. He should not have the privilege to work for this board. And I know you will do the right thing. I have faith in you.
He's unlicensed anyway, Chief, so...
Chief, do you have anything that you wanted to say?
You speaking to me, Madam Chairman?
You, Chief.
Thank you. I have a question on Councilman Giusti's motion. I disagree with you again wholeheartedly that his motion is out of order for this reason. This motion came about because of this item that was on the agenda. And that's how motions come about. This conversation was directed at Attorney Manzolillo for a statement or an email he sent out that they feel was untrue. By the way, I wouldn't know Attorney Manzolillo if he walked in front of me right now. So I don't know if he's practicing law in Rhode Island illegally or not, but from the conversations I've had with people in the legal community and from the research, I guess, that Manny and Stephen did, I'm leaning that way. So I would just like to get this on the record, that this motion that Councilman Giusti made was a result of the conversation that was held here tonight. So you're saying that's the only thing that can be discussed, that no motion is in order other than the item that was placed on the agenda?
Correct.
All right, so I would like to just get this on the record. I see Attorney Welch shaking his head up and down that you're right. So there's never been a motion made by this council on an item that was placed on the agenda except to address only what was placed on the agenda. Is that what this council is saying? So if I check the records, and they easily checked, I will never see an item on the agenda that didn't have a motion attached to it.
Well, how we do it is...
No. I asked the question. Answer my question, then I'll answer your question. If I check the records, there will never be a time where a motion was made on an item on the agenda that wasn't specifically stated.
On this particular item, it says a correspondence. If the chiefs of police felt that they were going to ask us for the resignation, they would have put on there, knowing how they felt when they read the email, they would have made a statement on our agenda that said requesting and a vote. And we've been adamant about voting on items that are not on the agenda, and you can look that up. How we're going to handle
So I
this
asked
is-
you a question.
I
Just
understand-
answer with a yes or no.
Chief.
You've never made a motion on any item that's been on this agenda that was not specifically listed in the request to be placed on the agenda. So what you're telling me is the only way that Manny's motion, Councilman Juicy's motion, would have been accepted tonight is if the chief put this on the agenda, said, with a request to terminate him.
Yes.
So there's never any other time
Yeah, that would
where
be-
you did that in at any other meeting.
That would be
And
how
for the
you have
record,
to-
you're shaking your head, Mark. And no one, is that your opinion? Yes or no?
I'd be happy to address you, Chief.
Yeah.
First of all, it's got nothing to do with the topic itself. I've got 17 years, just like the Chief has got, integrity. I got integrity too, Chief. I got 17 and a half years of a reputation that I can actually say that I've never had my council have an open meeting violation complaint filed against it. Because I watch exactly how they operate. And this council can tell you, let me finish, Chief.
No, I'm not saying anything. Go ahead.
You sound like you're going to stop talking. This council can tell you that every time a decision comes down from the state where bodies like this get complaints against them and get fined for doing exactly what you want to do this evening, I send this body the decisions. And I tell them, please do not do the same thing. As to your question, the specific question, if you go back and you check the agendas, every year the Attorney General's office has a seminar in August and July. I send these people the updates from it. I send them the decisions where it says the Attorney General specifically requires every month, if you're going to have a vote on something, Chief, you're going to put it on. Like if you look at agenda item number 8 after, or 5 after, when you're done, it says discussion and possible vote. If you go back and you look at your agendas, at least you're asking, have you ever said the word "the"? Do you ever say never?
No, I asked a simple question. Counsel, I asked a simple question.
But you said you've allowed to speak, I want to speak.
Fine.
Okay, but the point is that the point is, if you look at the agendas, you will see discussion and possible vote. The Attorney General says that's what you're going to let the public know, that you're going to vote on something so that they can come and they can be heard on it, just like the chiefs and the police department are here to be heard on it. And the point I think the council president is trying to make is, that's not the way the item was discussed. And although you say the quote, unanimous consent is in the charter,
I didn't say it's in the charter.
You said
I said in the council rules.
but the point is,
I said in the council rules, not the charter.
I'm sure that you will agree that state law, open meetings law supersedes any council rule, because we can't
Okay.
have a council rule that violates state law, Chief. So you can't do unanimous consent because it violates state law.
Okay, so let me ask the question one more time. To you, Counselor, and to you, Madam President, and to any member of the council. And if I don't hear an answer, then I'll assume it's a no. Any item that's ever been placed on the agenda while this body's been elected or in office, there's never been a vote. So by your silence, I'll assume that's a no, including you, Ma.
All I can say to you, Chief, is to the best of my record.
Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no answer, Chief.
Oh, it's not a yes or no answer. I'm asking a yes or no answer. Okay, Madam Chairman, let me go on the record. Let me go on the record that
To the best of my knowledge, I don't have.
You don't
an answer
recall?
for you. To the best of my knowledge, what I can tell you is when I first got on.
You might be right, by the way,
When I
so,
first
but I
got
don't,
on.
I don't know why anyone's
No,
afraid to say
When I first got
no.
on the council, I remember not specifically putting in vote until we received a correspondence from the Attorney General's office telling us that's how we had to do it. So I know from, moving forward, we've always done it the way the Attorney General told us to do it.
So, let me ask your counsel one more question, Mark.
Can I make a suggestion first?
1 second, Dave. I just want to ask Mark a question. Mark, in the event of an emergency, there's no way to put anything on the agenda.
With the state law, to answer your question, the open meetings law allows for an emergency.
Okay.
But I don't believe taking a vote on a law firm is the emergency that's defined under open meetings.
Even though, if this is true, by the way, which I'm not saying, even though this council is represented by an attorney who might not be certified to work in Rhode Island. If that's true.
I'm not going to address that.
Well, see, I ask a simple question. Let me say this.
It's
So,
not an emergency, under the open meetings law, it's not an emergency to put it on this agenda.
okay, so I'm going to sit down now because I'm not getting anywhere anyway. Maybe I'm not making any sense.
Can I say
Councilman
Yes,
Odhiel
please,
would
then,
like to
maybe
say
you want to
something.
ask me a
We can sit here
question.
and argue procedure all night long. I'm not an attorney. I don't know the procedure.
Neither am I.
I agree with Councilman Juicy, though. A special meeting has to be called. I don't know how we have to go about
Well, are you going to call a special meeting then?
I don't think we can call it tonight.
Well,
I
we
think
could have the
tomorrow
mayor
morning-
call it. We could have the
Someone
mayor
has to
call it
a
tomorrow
special
morning.
meeting. I was afraid this was going to happen in this forum. It'd be a big shouting match. A
No,
special
this is
meeting
not a
with
shouting match.
with all
This is
parties
a
involved.
discussion. Am I shouting?
No, I'm not talking about you individually. I'm
okay.
talking about everyone.
I shouted.
He was shouting.
I was shouting.
A special meeting needs to be called as of tomorrow morning, and we'll print it. I
So
don't
let
think
me
it can be
let me
called
ask this
tonight.
question. Will the council be calling the meeting, or do I ask my mayor to call the meeting?
What I will have the clerk do is send out a correspondence to make sure that all the counselors can be there for the meeting.
When's the
And
meeting?
maybe when we schedule our next meeting, we can combine it so all council people
What-
can be there.
Excuse me?
So,
Within 48 hours, you could call. Are you calling that meeting?
oh, I
within-
know when I can call a meeting.
No, I
but
say, are you
such a
calling it
short-
within 48 hours?
Short notice. I will have the clerk send out an email tomorrow to get everyone's availability to see when everyone can get together for a meeting.
All
That
right.
would be the best way to do it, so everyone is able to be present. So that's how we have to do it. I'd hate to call a special meeting and only have 3 people there, so I will have her do that tomorrow, as Councilman Audiello suggested.
Chief?
So,
I'll guarantee you that whatever date comes up, there won't be enough people.
Well, I think maybe, and I would suggest this to the mayor, recommend it to the mayor publicly for the record, then I would urge him to call a meeting within the next 4 or 5 days.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
thank you. Okay, as far as that on the agenda, I think,
I just have something I'd like to say. And I'll close on this, and I'm done talking about this. But for my own edification, is this actually what each, I mean, you've had dialogue with me, and I appreciate that. You've had that, but is this what each member of this council takes of me?
absolutely not.
Everybody's been silent, and I know that only you've been talking, and I know Councilman Juicy, but I mean, just for my own edification, for me, when I walk out of here, for the people that I work with every day, is this, I mean,
Chief Bonalina, I have the utmost respect, and I know your integrity.
thank you.
You and I had a conversation like you stated, and I think
I shouldn't say I think, I know I clarified myself to you on my position with you. Is that correct?
Yes, you told me.
Thank you.
I should have a conversation with Mr. Manzolo, because he's not that guy. Right?
But that's, I'm talking about you and I.
Yeah.
You and I.
Chief, I was going to wait to,
And Chief Palmer also, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I don't mean.
Right.
Chief, I was going to wait till you and Chief Palmer rested, and I was going to say, being a retired police officer myself, I'm quite familiar with your reputation and Chief Palmer's. It's beyond reproach. You guys have great integrity, high honor, and well respected in the law enforcement community. And I told you before, I did not condone that email. I found it despicable, and I did express my concern to Mr. Manzolillo in a very strong way.
Thank you, sir.
And as I spoke with you today, I meant what I said to you. I respect you, and I have the utmost integrity for you. And this has never been about you personally, Chief. I think you do a great job in your department, and as you've stated publicly, you're there when I call, you pick up the phone, you help the residents when they're in need. Your department is there for that. This issue, because it deterred from the actual issue at hand, which was the governing body and the compliance with the Department of Justice, and then it became what it is today. I apologize for that, and I certainly didn't condone the email either. And you are right, and I will say it publicly, I had the email for a period of time before I read it and before I even reached out to you to say anything, because the lack of communication within this community is what is despicable also. And I hope that the lines of communication through everything that we do are open, wide open. And I know you've always had that open phone policy for me, and I appreciate it. And this matter will definitely be addressed by Mr. Manzolillo, and you will be being contacted with what you're requesting.
Chief, as you know, I've always had the utmost respect for you, which is why I actually asked you for a meeting a month ago, way before this all started, before I knew anything about an email. Actually, when I talked to you at the Armenian flag raising, I had no clue what you were talking about for the first 10 minutes of that conversation. So I voted to get an opinion only. I knew nothing about an email, and I commend you for the way you run the department.
Thank you.
Chief, I do want to say, and we did have a conversation about how I felt about your leadership, and I will say it right here publicly, that I have unconditional positive regard for you and respect your leadership and all of the service that you provide for all of our residents as well as your entire department. In addition, I have that same positive regard for Chief Palmer for all of his years of service, and in terms of the service particularly that he's rendered to our town in the recent past. The language in the email was unprofessional and unacceptable.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chief, I don't have to tell you what I
No,
think.
I got that.
You and I
I got that, thank you. I appreciate that.
Chief Palmer and I had the opportunity, when he was chief of the police department here in North Providence, we had the opportunity to work very closely on several different things. And I have the utmost respect for him and the job that he did when he was here. And I know that you continued in those same footsteps, doing a great job. And I can't say enough for the both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 30 seconds, Madam President. I know that the chief just polled this council, and it appears as though everyone seems to be on the same page, and I think the nature, the seriousness of the nature of this issue, I wouldn't wait too long to call a special meeting to bring this to a head. It appears as though you are going to do what's best for the police department and also to protect the integrity of both the chiefs. But I'm a little concerned that if we wait too long, it's not going to be good. I think we need to hit it head on. I personally agree with my chief of staff that this should be decided tonight. But at this point in time, I'd like to poll each and every one of you to see if you could make a meeting on Thursday night, because I think this needs to get done as soon as possible. It's serious. You have a fellow that's representing you that is not a licensed attorney. What is more serious than that? What is more serious than that? So again, Steve, could you make a meeting Thursday night?
Excuse me, Mayor.
John,
Mayor,
could you make a meeting?
Mayor.
Oh, excuse me, I have the mic right now.
No, Mayor.
John?
Mayor, I expressed to you how I was going to handle this.
How will you handle it? You haven't said that.
Polling. I did. I will have the clerk send out an email tomorrow.
Well, I'm going to ask that right now. I'm going to save you that
Mayor,
trouble.
No, you don't have to worry about trouble
Thank you.
for us. The clerk
Actually,
will
to be
send out
very
an
honest with
email.
you, Madam President,
Okay?
I'm
That's what
embarrassed
I'm
for
gonna do.
you tonight. I'm embarrassed for you.
Well, you don't have to be embarrassed for me. I can hold my own, Mayor. Thank you very much. The clerk will send out the email tomorrow so we can get all of our schedules together. So, gentlemen, thank you. Have a good night. Item number 9 on the agenda, the easement for Camp Meehan. Hi, David. We received a request from the town planner, David Westcott, to appear before the council to ask for consideration of approval for an easement at Camp Meehan.
Madam President, members of the council, members of the public, thank you for putting me on your agenda this evening. As you know, in my previous incarnation, I was the project manager for permit approvals for Camp Meehan. I now do that as part of my role as town planner here. And one of the things we learned about Camp Meehan is that a good deal of it is in Lincoln. In particular, the beach in front of the pavilion, about half that beach is in Lincoln. The small parking lot, the canoe kayak launch, and the basketball courts are in Lincoln. And it's very important to the town that we preserve and maintain these facilities for the use of our public, and particularly for the use of our summer camp. So what I've provided you with here is an easement document, a description of the easement area and meets and bounds, and a small map of the easement area. We approached the town of Lincoln. The town council in Lincoln agreed in principle that these resources should be available. As you know, the property has no frontage, and the access from Angel Road ceased to be legal as soon as the camp closed. So nobody can access those properties except through Governor Noddy Park and our own section of Camp Meehan. So if we can approve this easement will make that section of the camp and those facilities available to our public, to the public in the town of Lincoln, and particularly to our children as part of our summer camp program. I would respectfully ask that you would consider approving this easement so we can move forward with our camp program.
Does anyone have any questions for David?
I'll make a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 10 on the agenda, Foxfield LLC property on Plimpton Street. Attorney W. Mark Russo wishes to appear at this time to update the town council on recent developments on the Foxfield LLC property located on Plimpton Street. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you
Madam
tonight?
President, members of the council. My name is Mark Russo. I have a pretty good cold, as you can tell, so I'll try to speak as loud as I can. I'm the court-appointed receiver of Foxfield, and with me is John Dorsey. He's attorney for the receiver. Foxfield is a 5-acre undeveloped parcel, very close, on the opposite side of the high school, but very close to the high school on Mineral Spring. The street that leads into it is Plimpton, and it's behind the Columbus Club. So as a court-appointed receiver, I am charged with trying to market and sell the property and recover as much value as I can for the creditors. In doing so, we've been marketing it actively now for over 2 years. We originally had an offer of $2.3 million to pursue a commercial development there, and that fell through. After that fell through, we continued to market the property. In all candor, I've talked to the town on numerous occasions because I think the town would be the perfect buyer for the property, and I'd be happy to answer questions on that as we go on. I think it's an outstanding opportunity for the town to bring an end to what was kind of a unique story if the town were to go that route. Right now, I've noticed out a potential sale. It's an offer of $1.5 million for the property, again, for a commercial development. Under the rules of receivership, I have to notice that out to the marketplace. You may have seen the ads in the Providence Journal. They ran a couple of times, I think most recently last Sunday, and that hearing is down for May 14th. What happens at that hearing is other bidders can come in and competitively bid for the property. So that is where we stand right now. The town is a creditor of the estate. The town is owed taxes on the real estate. The town also has some administrative fines and penalties for the fact that there was sand and gravel and fill from the Lowe's development stored on the property. And you know, I've worked with counsel for the town, both the town council and the administration, those issues in the past. So the town does have a direct interest in this proceeding, regardless of whether you become a potential buyer or not. So that's kind of a status of where we are. The last time we were in court, both Anthony and Mark thought it would be a good idea and suggested to Judge Silverstein that I asked to get on the agenda to update you, which I've done, and to answer questions that you might have about either the process or the property.
Do you know what the administrative fines amount to?
They're per diem fines, and at the time it went into receivership, I'm going to ask, do you know what they were at the time it went into receivership for the? So it was $500 per day fine, and at the time it went into receivership, it was in excess of $100,000.
For the administrative fines?
Yes.
And what are the taxes that are owed on it?
I think right now taxes have accrued at approximately $100,000 as well, right? I think it's about $100,000.
Okay. So you have a proposal for a potential buyer? When
I
is
do.
that? When is that going to court? You said May 16th?
14th.
May 14th?
Yes.
Okay, and because we have those in our receivables, we'll call it $200,000.
Right.
Would we be getting that at the closing?
When the sale takes place, the $100,000 for the taxes you would get at closing.
Okay.
The $100,000 for the administrative penalties would have to go through a claims process. We'd have to determine what level of priority those claims have. I have not made that determination yet, but the taxes would be paid at closing.
So, who makes the determination for level of priority, yourself?
No, I make a recommendation to the court, and the court ultimately determines the priority.
Okay. So, as far as the potential buyer, are you here to let us know, when will we know that that particular buyer's offer has been accepted by the court? On that date?
We should know on the 14th.
On the 14th?
Right.
Okay.
Unless you want to make an offer.
No, I don't have that kind of pocket money.
Okay.
No. Okay, so the, I don't know exactly the whole process, so if you go to court that day, the buyer goes with you, and then you're the receiver, you decide to take the offer or not?
What
Or the
happens
judge
that-
and you decide?
Well, what happens that day is the offer is advertised out to a number of, well, it's advertised out to the general marketplace. We also let a number of people know who might be interested in the property, who have expressed interest in the past. So then we'll go to court on the 14th. We will ask the judge to call the case ready for a sale. If we have competitive bidders there, then we'll set up a room and we'll go and have competitive bidding. I think there'll be one other competitive bidder from what I understand. And the highest and best bid would, I would ask the court to approve that sale.
Okay, so it's done there that day?
Hopefully.
All right. And how long has the property been on the market?
Yeah, I think we've had it in receivership since late in 2011.
And you've just received bids recently? Is that why we really haven't heard about this?
Well, the most recent round of bids we received recently.
Say that again?
The most recent round of bids we received recently. We had one in less than a year. We had it on the market less than a year, and we had one offer for, again, a commercial development. But for whatever reason, they did not satisfy their contingencies, and they withdrew their bid. We've had other bids on the property, but they haven't been high enough for us to exercise our judgment to notice them out. This is the first one that we've gotten that merits putting it out to the marketplace.
Okay, so the company that's coming in, can we disclose the company that's the potential bidder on it?
Yeah, I've sent the offer to council.
Okay, it was the LA Fitness Center? International Fitness Center. Yep. So we're looking that if their bid is accepted, they would be taking the whole 5 acres. They would be buying the whole 5 acres.
Correct.
They would be utilizing the whole 5 acres for their endeavor, I'm assuming.
Subject to permitting by the town, yes.
Okay, and that would be bringing in tax revenue to the town, which we haven't had in a while. So that seems like something that I'm hoping you're moving forward on, and that you and Judge Silverstein look at that favorably for the town, especially because, you know, bringing in the revenue is what's important for the taxpayers, and not just having that come in for us. So I'm just going to ask the legal counsel a question about something legally, if we have to move forward. Okay, I wasn't sure if there was another step, you know, because I've never been approached with, you know, an update on a property like this. So, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Russo? No?
Madam Chairman, if...
Well, Councilwoman Brady has a question for you, Mr. Russo.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr. Russo, I know after the $500 a day fine had been initiated, it was stayed for a period of time. Do you recall when that was restarted?
It stayed during the receivership process, puts a stay on that. That doesn't mean that your legal counsel can't argue that that fine continues to accrue, but I would take the position that that fine has been stayed once the receivership was in place.
Okay, thank you. I was just trying to follow it in terms of when that stay was issued, because at one point the council was following the situation closely, and then it seemed to just be waiting to go into receivership where it is right now. Okay, thank you.
So the stay would have been in place with the receivership, subject to whatever arguments the town might have.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman, if I may, we were waiting for an appraisal on that property, and we just received it today, so we forwarded it to the council. And I would just ask that the council consider making an offer on this property just for protection. We have educational problems, and also I know there was some talk by the police department for a new public safety complex on that site. So if you are going to call a special meeting to discuss the past issue, I would suggest that maybe you also add this issue on that agenda, just to discuss it, to see if we are in the position to want to purchase that property. As I said, you have, I think we got it maybe 3 o'clock this afternoon, an appraisal by Andolfo and Company. You could take a look at that. there's a ton of information in that appraisal. So I would just suggest that we collectively take a look at that and to maybe make a decision as to if we want to, make a bid on the property. So hopefully you can schedule a meeting before the 14th so that we can talk with Mr. Russo about that. Would you need that in a formal request for the next?
No, I was just, because we haven't, let's say, been requested to purchase, or like what your request is, I'm just making sure that we're doing it the legal in the right way to follow the process. What is the council's pleasure as far as placing the item on an agenda at our next meeting to discuss it? We did just get, and I didn't look at this at all, the appraisal or anything like that.
By the way, we've been waiting for that for 2 months, Madam President.
Well, the property's been sale for 24 months. Didn't you just say it was for sale for 24 months? So I would assume that there was an appraisal done on it before, or...
Well, I think Mr. Russo has an appraisal, but I think to protect the town, we needed to get an appraisal so that, we'd have our own.
What is the council's pleasure? We'll put it on an upcoming meeting.
I'll make a motion that we place it on the emergency meeting for the other item that took place earlier.
Well, we really can't make a motion on it and vote on it. It'll just be included. I'm just asking what the council's pleasure is. It's not on the agenda to take a vote to do that. So if there's not an objection to it, I will place an item on an agenda, so.
At the emergency meeting.
Okay, do
That's
you have
gonna
any
take
other
place in another
questions,
3 or
or
4
did you
days.
want to make any other comments on this particular property?
No other comments, just to remind the council that if they do want to have a meeting to consider interest in the property, that you should do it before the 14th.
Okay, great, thank you. Can you write that down before the 14th? Item number 11 on the agenda, the Prospect Charter Care LLC, a discussion and a possible vote with regard to a request received from W. Mark Russo Esquire on behalf of the Prospect Charter Care LLC, requesting a discussion and introduction of a tax exemption stabilization ordinance.
Madam
Mr.
President,
Russo.
excuse me, I'll be recusing. I have family members who work for the hospital.
Hello once again. Would you just raise the microphone so the recorder can hear it for us, please?
How's that?
Okay, thank you. I guess at this point, we've had several meetings and talks on the Prospect Charter Care purchase. If you would just be able to recap with our council where you are at with your client.
Sure.
What they have made for their offer, and then I will,
Sure.
ask you a couple questions.
Let me just give the council, if I can, with the permission of the president, just a quick update on the process in general. We, as the council knows, we have two separate regulatory processes that move in parallel. One's the hospital conversion process, and one's the change of effective control process. And we received our first vote in change of effective control today, unanimous 6-0 vote. So that will go to a full vote of the Health Services Council on May 13th. So the reason I wanted to give that update is the project continues to gain momentum, which is obviously a benefit for the 3,000 people that work there and the host communities, but it also demonstrates that the window of time is compressing, and I appreciate the ability to communicate with the council and the ability to get put on the agenda per my request. To answer the council president's direct question, where have we come from and where are we now? We were made aware during our negotiations that not only North Providence but also the City of Providence receives grants from what's called the pilot program from the state of Rhode Island because you host this nonprofit hospital and you provide services, police, fire, etc. The town of North Providence this coming fiscal year will receive, I think it's $546,000, and the council, the last 2 times that I've appeared, the mayor's office, the same thing, that the request has been consistent, and that is we as a town don't want to take a step backwards. I think you generally want to see the transaction go forward, but don't want to end up with tax revenue that puts you in a lesser position than you would from the pilot program. So the request to my client was, will you pay the $546 to, quote, keep us whole? And the answer to that has been yes. And then the last time I was here, the council, specifically the president, asked, would you consider a 5% escalator in that, because historically we as a town feel that that pilot program has gone up. My client has said yes to that. So the third issue was we were seeking an exemption for the tangible taxes because we have to make a $90 million capital infusion into these hospitals because they're in desperate need of new equipment and improvements both to the physical plant and the equipment. And that's one of the reasons why Charter Care is where it is, because they don't have the capital to make those improvements. So I explained to the council the rationale for wanting this tax exemption for some period of time. I think the council, again through the president, said to me that, look, it's difficult for us to explain to other businesses why you should get a complete exemption for this 10 or 12 year period. And we responded to that by saying we'd be willing to pay some tangible taxes at the conclusion of that 10-year period. So what we had suggested was we would pay a flat amount of, I think it was $200,000 a year on the tangibles going forward. The equipment that we purchase in the first 4 years, that equipment would be exempt through the 10-year period. Anything that we purchase after year 4, we would then pay tangibles on a step-up increase, a certain percentage of the assessed value of those tangibles each year. The council also expressed to me, I think in the last meeting, they asked, where are you with the City of Providence? Because it's apparent that I'm not going to do anything in Providence without disclosing to you, or vice versa, because I think both municipalities are going to want to be treated equally in this process. We're having the same discussions with Providence, although I told you last time their numbers are a lot higher because they have a lot more property. They have 2 hospitals, a nursing home, and a cancer center in Providence. So, for example, Providence from the pilot program this fiscal year will receive $1.8 million. So when they say keep us whole, as you've said it, it's a higher number. So I want you to understand that. Where we are with Providence on the tangibles is we've been talking with them the same thing. Is we desperately need an exemption on the tangibles for some period of time to get up and running. And then after that, we would phase in and pay tangibles, and that's the discussion that we're having with them. So where we are procedurally is I had sent into the clerk a request to be on tonight and asked that an ordinance format be introduced. I realize the ordinance format that I have before you, you may not vote and say yes to, but at least if we introduce a format, we can then schedule hearings, and there's some definitive schedule to bring this to a conclusion. We can continue to talk, and I hope that we reach some agreement that you're comfortable with, my client's comfortable with, but under the charter, as I read it, it has to be introduced, and that can either happen by the mayor or the council. And then you have to have one hearing 15 days after that, where you can choose to combine that with a public hearing. Then you have to have another one 15 days after that to ratify your vote, or I guess if it's a no vote, then that's kind of academic. But if it's a yes vote, you have to then ratify it. So what I'm asking tonight, Madam President, is that it be introduced. I think we've at least addressed the areas. We've got to keep you whole. You've asked us to escalate that so that as expenses go up, that so-called keep whole keeps pace, and that we pay something in tangibles. And I'm just asking you as a council to consider the fact that we need some exemption for tangibles to get this place up and running and get it turned around and hopefully get it to a profit at some point. So with that said, I'm asking you within this very tight time frame that we're in is to introduce an ordinance, schedule the hearings that we need to schedule. We'll continue to have a dialogue and communicate. I'll continue to tell you where I am with Providence, and I'll tell Providence where I am with you. And hopefully within that schedule, we'll reach an agreement for something that works, and we'll save this hospital together, and we'll do good things with it. And that's where we are.
Thank you. I need you to repeat something. At the fourth year, you had said there was a certain amount with the tangibles. Could you just look in your notes and repeat that?
Sure.
I know where we are with the pilot.
Yep.
In the 5%.
Yep.
And then with the tangibles, you said something in the fourth year and a flat rate.
Right. No, I can repeat that.
Yeah.
There's a commitment in the deal to buy the hospitals that the $90 million of capital has to be spent in that first 4 years, and that's to make improvements to Fatima, make improvements to Roger Williams, buy new equipment, etc. What we propose to this council is that personal property that would otherwise be subject to tangible tax, that we buy in that first 4 years, will really have to have that huge outlay of capital, that be exempt for the 10-year term. Anything else that we buy after that would be subject to tangible tax on a stepped-up phase. That's what we had proposed.
On the fourth year.
On personal property that we buy after year 4. Because the rationale, Madam President, was, and we had this discussion, if we get to that point and we're in year 5, we've spent the $90 million in capital. If we're continuing to buy equipment at that point, it must mean that we've turned these hospitals around and we're starting to see the light of day, and therefore we should start to pay our share of tangibles. And that was the rationale behind it.
So on the fourth year, the tangible taxes would be based on what equipment?
It would be based on the assessed value of the personal property that's existing there now, and the assessed value of the personal property that we buy after year 4 going forwards.
As far as the sales tax bill that is in the General Assembly,
yes,
we do know that obviously that hasn't passed.
No.
And in the agreement, you did mention using some of that money toward your tangible taxes, correct?
We took that out.
Okay.
Just to clarify, there's a bill pending before the General Assembly where we're asking for some sales tax relief for the first years of operation, and then we start to pay sales taxes. For example, the other for-profit hospital in the state, Landmark, they have a 12-year exemption for sales. They don't pay any sales tax for 12 years. We're asking for a sales tax exemption for the first number of years, and then after that, we start to pay sales taxes. And the sales taxes that we pay under that legislation would go to our host communities. And in our first couple of rounds of negotiation, I was asking the council to consider that, if we're successful, as a credit, but You're a good negotiator, and you said you didn't like that, and we took it out. So if you got that money, you keep it.
Okay. So, thank you.
And hopefully you'll support us on the legislation so we get it passed.
Well, I'm hoping that as many people who are supporting this are down there supporting that too,
Oh, they
because
are.
they
No, they are.
play an integral role to make the whole deal work. You know, publicly I'll say, the calls and the emails that we've received have been abundant. You know, they have to work on everything together because there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of moving parts. There's 33,000 residents. There's several hundred employees just at Fatima. And we have to do, you know, what's right for everybody.
Understood.
So we have all their interests, and then we have all the residents' interests, and then we have the businesses' interests that aren't getting any type of tax stabilization program. So we have a lot more than it, you know, just the one entity of all the calls we received. So that's why we want to make sure we're doing everything right.
No, I understand that. And an important point too, in explaining it to other businesses, is not only the employment levels, but in the healthcare industry, you have to, when you're a community hospital, you have to provide care to those who can't otherwise afford it. And these hospitals provide $25 million a year in free care to those who can't afford it. So in a way, they pay a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of community benefit that they pay in addition to taxes.
Right. One of the other things in the original draft ordinance, it references Roger Williams, because we're not, in our particular ordinance, because our town being Fatima, I don't think that it's appropriate to reference Roger Williams in our ordinance, because as much as I believe we should all be getting together on this, in whatever agreement we're making, they should be making, because really you're one and we're two. We're two separate communities getting one buyer. We should all be able to get the same type of agreement settled. They're barely at go, and, you know, you're asking us to be almost on the finish line. So we haven't really had a community joint meeting with council in Providence. So I would hate to think that we're putting them on an ordinance and they're not doing something. I think that's something, before this is finalized, we need to make sure that we're all on the same page, and through the introduction process, we're going to have to make sure that there's some sort of meeting set up with them, so maybe everything can be expedited together.
Well, if I can speak to that for a moment, I mean, they're not at go. I mean, I had a meeting this week with the council president, the chairman of Ways and Means, the administration. I mean, was able to, and that's rare to get administration and council leadership together in a little room in the alderman's chamber. I mean, they're taking it seriously. They want to move. To your other point, there's no question. The two concepts, the two structures should be the same. And I've always disclosed to this council what I'm doing there, and I've done the same thing. We're trying to be transparent. That doesn't stop you from introducing an ordinance and getting a definitive schedule, because without a definitive schedule, we're never going to get this done.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Russo? I need to just ask legal counsel a question. I'll let you speak in just 1 second, sir, okay? Are there any questions? I just want, and I hate to ask you this again, the new equipment that you're purchasing, are you asking for a 10-year exemption on the new equipment?
That's the proposal on the table, yes.
Okay,
That's purchased in the first 4 years.
that's purchased in the first 4 years.
Correct.
Okay. And I know you and I have had many, many conversations about this, and my personal opinion is just that the 10 years without any ramp-up provision, maybe in the 5th year or the 6th year, not be put into the equation after or looked into at a reasonable percentage, because I just firmly think that 10 years is a long time to be exempt. You know, if it's 10% of whatever the tangible property is in the 5th year or the 6th year, you're certainly under what it would be if it was 100%. So through the period of time, as it's, you know, introduced, if that's what the council's pleasure is, I would strongly suggest that you look into some type of ramp-up provision. And this isn't the first time I've mentioned it to you, and we both know that. We've been talking about the tangible ramp-up provision for quite some time. So, and I know I've mentioned it, and you know I'm kind of hung up on that, so please consider that as, you know, something to discuss with the buyers,
And
that it's a little bit of a, an issue not to pay those anytime before 10 years.
We have had that discussion.
Right.
And again, just to be clear, I'm not asking the council at this point to enact an ordinance. I'm just asking that the format be introduced so we can have the vehicle.
Right.
And Madam President, you and I have had the discussion.
Right.
If you get me a model that you're comfortable with and show me what you think would be a step up that makes sense for the town, I told you I'll
Okay.
bring it to them. I'll sit down with you, we'll try to hammer it out, but I can't, you know, I don't want to guess at it anymore. I'm running out of time. But
No, that's
it's-
fine. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, I let you know that was something that was important, and, you know, what I will do, I'll entertain the motion, and then I will take any comments that we have from the audience. I'll entertain a motion to draft a revised ordinance pursuant to what we have discussed this evening at the meeting for a public hearing at our next month's meeting.
So moved.
A motion has been made and seconded. Do I have any comments from our audience? I did see a hand raised. Yes, sir.
My name is A. Raphael Lombardi. I'm a taxpayer from 375J Angel Road. Thank you for this opportunity to ask you some questions that I would like to have maybe Attorney Russo answer. You asked him to bring you up to date on where he's been or his client has been. Last Monday at Rhode Island College, there was a public hearing before the Department of Health chief and the Attorney General. At that meeting, a lawyer named Robert Flanders from Hinckley Allen spoke, and I don't know if you're aware, but the morning paper a few days before that announced a lawsuit against Charter Care. Now, a lot has been said about the Google money. I think it's $6 million. What we're looking at here is $10 million that Charter Care has turned down for whatever reason. There are some flaws in the whole process, as the attorney from Hinckley Allen mentioned. He successfully obtained the minutes of the board meetings, which Charter Care refused to give. And the minutes of the meeting reveal that Prime Care, who is willing to meet everything that Prospect will give, plus $10 million more. Now, what's interesting is that not too long ago, Moody Investors rated Our Lady of Fatima with a capital C, lower, double A, 3, the lower than Central Falls when it was bankrupt. Now, CharterCare has these two twin corporations, Roger Williams and Our Lady of Fatima. Well, Our Lady of Fatima was allowed, or St. Joseph's if you want to call it that, to not pay principal and interest on a $623,000 note. Now, that to me speaks of mismanagement, irresponsible management. Okay? Now, I also want to say that in St. Louis, Missouri, a Catholic hospital, a Jesuit hospital at St. Louis, wanted to sell their hospital, and a non-Catholic or a secular like Prospect or Prime Care offered $300 million. Well, there was a Catholic conglomerate that offered only $100 million less, excuse me. Well, this whole thing went to the Vatican over the objection of Cardinal Justin Regali, and the Cardinal was overruled, and the Vatican chose the secular conglomerate. Okay?
Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
I don't think that we have any control over what you're proposing to us about the hospital and the buyers. I think this evening it's basically for the introduction of the ordinance, but as far as the buyer part of it,
Okay.
Unless there is something other than what they're in front of us for, I don't think that that particular issue pertains to this board.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that they are asking for a break on the tax stabilization, okay? Where the mayor of province is going to borrow rather $10 million to do something for education. So $10 million is a lot of money, and they're asking for a break on their tax stabilization. In fact, the Biltmore also had a 12-year tax stabilization program, and they're not getting their tax, the city of Providence is not getting their tax money. Also, I want you to be aware that these people are in business for money. Health care absorbs, represents 75% of the gross national product. This is big business, and these people, like at the University of Massachusetts Medical Center, they laid off 350 people. Okay, the nurses at Fatima are running scared, and so I'm just saying that there are some flaws in this whole process, and I know where you are, but I'm just saying if the CEO of the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center makes $6 million and has a $50 million jet, and they are considered nonprofit, even though that $50 million jet takes them to Italy, Ireland, and Kazakhstan for-profit hospitals. I know Rhode Island is in bad situation, but don't be too generous and have such a soft heart. These people have big bucks. Okay? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Blaze. I'm a registered nurse at Fatima Hospital as well as president of the Nurses Union there, the UNAP Local 5110. And I just come before you as an employee of almost 30 years now, a graduate of the School of Nursing from St. Joseph's Hospital, class of '84. And I thank you for taking this under consideration. I hope that we are able to move this forward, move it swiftly. There is a sense of urgency. There's a sense of urgency with my members, with all the employees of the hospital, because we see that we need that capital infusion. We need the infusion to make sure that our paychecks clear every other Thursday, that we have the equipment that we need. We see that we need the updated medical equipment, we need new monitors, we need the internal stuff that needs to be done. So I ask this council to please take this, move it forward, and do it with some urgency, because we feel the urgency with about a 15-day supply of cash in the bank, that at any point in time we could become a landmark medical center in receivership and dealing with a whole other set of problems. So I just ask for your due diligence in moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Does anyone have any other questions? We do have a motion on the floor. Yes, sir.
May I speak to this issue?
Yes.
It's nice to see you again, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity, members of the council. My name is Chris Colaci. I work for the United Nurses and Allied Professionals, the union that Lynn Blaze works for. We have about 7,000 members across the state, from hospitals as far south as Westerly Hospital, all the way up in Woonsocket at Landmark Medical Center. What's at issue here, and I don't think it's an overstatement, I don't think it's heated rhetoric, is the survival of Fatima Hospital. There are 1,255 jobs there. Tens of thousands of patients in this community go to that hospital for their care each year. I got to think that Fatima is among the largest employers in the city of North Providence and must certainly be an engine of economic activity. There is no question that Fatima is struggling mightily. The gentleman who spoke before, Lynn, mentioned the fact that when Moody's did the downgrade on the bonds, that bond rating was lower than the bond rating for Central Falls when they were in bankruptcy. I can tell you that I've represented the union and healthcare workers like those who were employed at Fatima Hospital in 2 receiverships recently. One at Landmark Medical Center, which found itself in receivership, which is a form of bankruptcy, and the second was Westerly Hospital. I cannot stress enough to you that you do not want Fatima Hospital to end up in a receivership. If that happens, if this joint venture does not go through and that happens because they can't get a capital partner and they go into receivership, many people in the community will lose confidence in that hospital because of its financial failures. Please believe me, you do not want that to happen here. Now,
What I can assure you is that we have been working with Mr. Russo diligently, and he'll attest to that too. And we've had many meetings, and I know when you're coming to the end, there's always that push, and I guess tonight is that push. That's why we do have the motion on the floor to have this on for a public hearing. And Mr. Russo does know any additional concerns that we have voiced, and I have voiced since the beginning. So I'm feeling confident we're on our way where it has to go. So just to assure you that, you know, hopefully the end of the road and some type of agreement is near for all parties, the residents, the employees, the other businesses that feel comfortable with whatever agreement we came up with. You know, I want you to know that we're all working hard too. So everything you've said, and it's resonated to, you know, all of us that you have spoken to. So I'm sure you'll be part of the public hearings when we have them, just the same. And I look forward to continue working with Mr. Russo to, you know, get where we need to go. So
there's no question that we understand the work that the council is doing, and you, Madam President, it's appreciated. There has been a period of time where the nurses have asked me, why is there not an agreement? If there is going to be a $40 million cash contribution at the day of closing, if there's going to be $50 million in additional investments over the first 4 years from closing, if there is a proposal on the table that more than makes the city whole on pilot money, which there is, if there's a proposal on the table that says that there will be taxes on tangibles, which currently is not the case, the nurses have wondered why there isn't a deal. And they've asked me why there isn't a deal. And I've not been able to tell them why there isn't a deal. I am encouraged by the fact that there is some movement tonight. I'd like to be able to report to them that the council is committed to moving swiftly and reaching an agreement swiftly, because the gravity of this situation, what is at stake, is huge. And there isn't a whole lot of time to play with.
Well, what you can report to them is that, you know, we will have a public hearing, and, you know, we're working on it as we have been for probably close to a year. as diligently as we can. So that's the step that we need to take, as Mr. Russo had asked us tonight, have it advertised for a public hearing, and anything else, working parts in the middle before that public hearing, we're certainly going to work on. So you can assure your nurses that we're moving forward, which is what tonight is about, to move forward.
One question then, thank you. One question then. When they ask me when that hearing will take place, can you tell me when it would take place?
Right this second? No. I don't know. June 3rd. June 3rd.
June 3rd would be the public hearing on the
Yes.
ordinance that's going to be introduced this evening?
Yep.
Is there any leeway to have that any earlier, Madam President? Just because we're kind of in a crunch on time, when approval's coming mid-May. I don't know what the council's ability to do anything any earlier is, but I just want to pose that question.
It has to run the process, too.
Right.
Once we got budget hearings.
Yeah.
Are they now special meetings?
What I would say, I mean, you've heard the meeting tonight, there's special meetings, there's budget hearings. We're looking at it to run in accordance with Providence too. We need to actually meet with Providence, and I know you have, but we need the opportunity to meet with Providence. I've reached out to the same people you have, and when I did, you know, they hadn't had a meeting with you, so, you know, we still need to do a little of our due diligence to make sure it's running in line with Providence. And I know I originally had said that, but introducing the ordinance and having it on for a public hearing, whatever meeting that you have to have in between, they know that it's up for introduction, and any changes that we make in draft form, you can propose to them too. So.
When we have closing scheduled for June, Madam President, I'll again just ask the council to consider if there's any way to entertain it earlier than June 3rd.
Well, the earliest that it can be is, it has to be advertised, I believe it's 15 days. So, we don't, yeah. Right. Right. I don't, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna, the problem, Councilor, is that it's gotta be at least, you know, advertised for 15 days. And with an ordinance of this nature, and how important it is, and the gravity of it, you know, we're gonna have to advertise in a newspaper, we're gonna have to reserve space. It's gonna take time to do that, plus the 15 days, and then it's probably gonna bring us close to the 3rd anyway. To be honest with you, today being the 6th. And there's only 25 days left in the month anyways. So, we're probably going to be around June 3rd anyway. That's why I didn't think June 3rd was a big deal. With the 15 days, plus the time to get it advertised, to do an add-up, I've got to change your ordinance a little bit because it's not the exact form of our ordinances. So I don't necessarily know that June 3rd is that impractical with the advertising period, with getting the ad space, which the clerk just can't call up tomorrow and say, I want ad space for Friday. So that's why I'm saying June 3rd doesn't seem unrealistic.
No, it's just that we.
No, I
agree. Voting for June 1st.
No, I understand.
$90 million deal, so.
I understand that,
If we can
Council.
have it before June 3rd, that'd be
I
nice.
understand, Council. We've been working with you since last year. I hear you. I hear you. So, but.
All right, are there any other questions? Any other concerns? Okay, we do have a motion on the floor.
Madam President, I know we have chatted about this maybe a couple of times before, but I want to be on record as urging this council to put together an agreement because we need this facility to stay here in North Providence. Our taxpayers need this facility to be here. The number of people that work there that live in the town, they shop here in our community, and maybe we shouldn't care, but I care about the neighboring communities that travel through here every day to visit that hospital for an emergency. So I just want everyone to keep in mind, we need that hospital to function and to continue to be in our community. It's an asset to our community. Thank you very much.
And I feel we're all in agreement for all the same reasons, and That's why I have a motion on the floor. And a motion was made and seconded. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 12 on the agenda. This was continued for February, March. The town council to consider the approval of a petition to abandon a portion of Tiffany Street submitted by Jacqueline DeCenzo, executrix of the state of Frank DeCenzo. Is there anyone here representing the DeCenzos tonight? What is the council's pleasure? We've continued this.
I make a motion that we just discontinue it.
Say it again, please.
I make a motion that we discontinue.
Second.
Discontinue or just pass it off the calendar agenda?
Just take it off.
Yeah, pass it off.
Pass it off, yeah.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 13, we received a request from Jay Metzner and neighbor for a discussion and possible vote regarding a noise disturbance emanating from CrossFit North Providence located at 975 Charles Street. This item was heard at the April 1st, 2014 regular council meeting and continued to this date.
Madam President?
Yes, Council.
Before Ray speaks, I talked to the council, and since the appeal is pending, this could be a moot issue. Because right now, there is appeal before the zoning board. So I would say, pass this over to June.
Oh, dear.
Because that, the zoning issue could resolve.
Okay. All right.
This will be.
Right. Okay. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Jay Metzger, 57
Yes.
Rose Street.
I just wanted to, before you started, I was just notified by legal counsel that this is pending before the zoning board, correct, in an appeal. So it's possible that at that meeting, a decision will be made. So whatever your question or concern is to us, they're really going to be the ones making the decision because that's a zoning issue. So if you know, maybe have a quick comment or a concern, we'd be more than happy to hear you on it, but you really have to do your testimony to the zoning board.
Okay, that's
Okay.
great, yeah. Well, just, I guess quickly then, this issue, since we saw you last, has been interesting, to say the least. I certainly understand that it's garnered a lot of emotion from everybody involved. At no point have we been nasty in this whole thing. We've been victimized by the situation that's happening and the nuisance that's being presented by Ocean State CrossFit North Providence. Just to be brief, what I'm asking for is the town to reconsider and to look at what constitutes noise in North Providence. We have plenty of officers who have witnessed the noise themselves. They put it in reports as addendums. We've been working with you all, and thank you all for your time, with the police as well. And this has never been a personal thing between our neighbors and the owners of the gym. It's simply that we're being affected by the gym being there and by the lack of what I would assume insulation or what have you. To me, there's been some mudslinging going on from the other side, the gym side. We're not trying to say or do anything nasty. We appreciate your time. We're simply letting everyone know that we're still being affected by this, and it's, you know, it needs to be taken care of. Like you said, the zoning meeting is coming up, and it's out of our hands for a lot of these things. However, the owner of the CrossFit gym has still never come to our houses to witness the noise, but yet will speak freely through the Valley Breeze, through their Facebook pages, and make comments that we're fabricating things, that we are creating what our situation, and that would hold, for me, that would hold a lot more steam if he'd actually been to our house to witness it. He could then say, I was there and I don't see a problem with it. What's happened since we saw you last is that based on posts that the owners have put on their Facebook page and on their website about their sort of story for the last 6 months or what have you, they've admitted to being very upfront with the mayor, telling him this noise would be happening. They're very clear on the news, saying that they're not a quiet business, and their members are able to then post their comments, and the comments are very, have been very personal in attacking myself and my family. So ultimately, we are just trying to get a problem solved. I do appreciate everyone's emotion in this, but if you haven't been in our house to witness the noise, then you don't know what you're talking about. And it is happening as everyone's accounted. So I guess I'll say thank you for your time. I know we're going to the zoning board meeting. Some of my other neighbors would like to say something as well, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
Do you want this in here?
Hi, my name is Angelique Mucci. I live at 58 Rose Street. I would just like to take a moment to defend ourselves also. I understand this is going before the zoning board. It doesn't mean that we won't be here again in case things aren't rectified, but this has been an ongoing problem, as you know, and we do keep calling the police, so it is documented when this disturbance is going on. Excuse me. They keep pushing, the Ocean State CrossFit and CrossFit North Providence keep pushing how they're a community-based program, which is wonderful, but I personally do not need to be told what a community is. I teach here in a self-contained classroom with severe and profound special needs children. I know what it's like. I'm in a charity raising $10,000 for a local child who is very ill. For his, I also helped open up PAC 33, and I'm the chairman for the PAC for the Cub Scouts of North Providence. I know all about community, but from all of their responses, they don't seem to care about their neighbors. It's wonderful what they're doing for different organizations, but I also feel that they should be concerned about their neighbors. Just to make it sure, I've posted everything in there. They have links saying that they don't do this, that we're fabricating. Again, as Mr. Metzger said, no one has been to our houses except the police officers who have put it in. The councilman, 2 of the councilmen have also been to the houses. Nothing has ever been personal against them until now. They have made it personal against us. I see a bunch of them are here to push forward. I understand that that's great to support their cause, but none of them live in our homes. They're not affected by this. They are posting also that we put exaggerations and major mistruths. How would they know? How would they know if they've never experienced it? And they post all of this. There's a blog. I also attached the blog, but the print is very small, so I did put the link there. But I also wanted to talk about one more thing, that one of their members had posted an email to all of you. And if I could just take 1 second to look at the paper. From Anina Rosario McGurran, she states that there is not one workout where we put weights over our head and let them fall. Weights do get dropped, but not intentionally. That is an outright lie. You can go on all of Ocean State CrossFit, North Providence, YouTube. You will see them doing this. And as far as last Tuesday on Ocean State CrossFit, their Facebook page, they have a woman raising 215 pounds over her head and throwing them down. and they say they do not do this, but they post it all over the place. So I just wanted that moment, I wanted to take the time to let you know that this is going on, and they post it. I've also put in all the posts attached to that. The slanderous comments that they're making, we never said anything against any of them personally. They say that the councilman did. Somebody drops the ball here is all I'm going to say. One thing they say, their article from Mr. Burling says in the first article in the Breeze that one of their friends called the mayor and asked for a building in North Providence to open up. Then in their next article, they say that North Providence was never even on their radar for a business. But in their first article, they said that they're the ones that reached out to North Providence. They said that the mayor gave them a choice of the building. Their news blog says that we identified a building on Charles Street and would be that it would be the right size for the box, and wrote down the information. So there's lots of contradictions, and I just feel that we should be able to let you know.
Well, your voice should definitely be heard, so we appreciate it. Councilman Warren has a question for you.
Ma'am, we sympathize with you. We understand your frustration. We cannot control what someone puts in the media or on a blog. The noise is a secondary issue. The first issue is the zoning issue. That's a more, not say it's more important, but it's a bigger issue legally than the noise issue.
And I understand that, which I love. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I would suggest to attend the zoning meeting.
Oh, I will be there.
This could all be a moot point right now. All this conversation, because the zoning is going to make a decision one way or the other.
Yes, and I think that they've put their own information out there. That's fine. That's fine. But I just wanted a moment to defend ourselves also.
No, that's fine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes.
Hi. Good evening. My name's Janice Walsworth. I live on Rose Street. You know, when I came in here tonight, I didn't think I knew anybody from the gym. And I walked in, and lo and behold, was somebody that I knew. But I didn't know he was a member of the gym. And he said to me, you know, what brings you here? And I said, oh, I don't think you're going to want to know. And he said, oh, you're against us. And I said, no, we're for the neighbors. And that's really what this is all about. I just don't want anybody to, there's a lot going on out there in the breeze, on the news. I would like everybody just to remember that my quality of life, the peace in my house is being disturbed by the vibrations that are coming through. That's what it's all about. It's not about the neighbors against the gym. You know, now I know somebody that goes to the gym. This is not a war between both these two camps. It's a matter of, you know, what's happening within, these are our homes. This is where we live. And it's not us against the gym. It's really doing what's right for the neighbors, whatever that may be. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything to say? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mike Burling, co-founder, Ocean State CrossFit. One of the things I've heard all night, early on, was about integrity, doing the right thing, standing up for what you do. First, I want to thank everybody from Ocean State that came out. They left their families. Most of them live and work in North Providence. I appreciate them taking the time to come out tonight. We came to North Providence by invitation. I got a phone call from the mayor saying you heard we wanted to open a second location. It wasn't a big goal of ours. We weren't really ready to open a second location. If the situation was right, we would. I told him on that first phone call that I didn't like the regulatory process in the state to open a business. It's horrendous. The zoning, the planning, the architects, the cost, the expense. We just didn't want to do that. He told me that North Providence is business friendly. They have a process in place to identify buildings and owners and marry them together. My manager and I took a ride to North Providence, saw a building, the old Village Motors, called the mayor back, said, you know the guy that owns this building? He said, I sure do. He goes, put you guys together. That's how we came to that building. Again, we reiterated what we do, how we do it. There were no secrets. Nothing was held back. We're totally open kimono, as they say. We met with the head of planning and zoning. We went through the one-stop process that was clearly illustrated in the Valley Breeze in July of 2013 is fully described. I didn't see anybody that opposed it, so that's settled business, as they say. It wasn't a process where we were given the paper and randomly sent out into town to talk to inspectors and to go through the process. We were held by the hand every step of the way. Every time we had an inspection, we asked what to do next. We were told to go to this place, then go to that place, then go to this place. The question was, why did we not go through the zoning process to get a use variance? I asked that question the first time I talked to the mayor because we were told we didn't need one. We didn't go to the animal control. We didn't go to the rec department. There are a lot of places we didn't go because it was not on our list. We hired an architect. We sent the plans in. Everything got approved. None of this is in dispute. Not one thing. We were brought here by the town, a building identified. We went through the process that was given us. We checked all the boxes, dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. We had our open house. At our open house, those people that brought us here came to the open house. They ate the food, they drank the punch, they watched the workout. The next week they shut us down, saying we weren't supposed to be there. I realize this is not the forum to adjudicate this issue. Last week, or last month, I was watching the town council meeting from my house. I was so fired up, I wanted to come down and shut that gym down. I couldn't believe the stuff they were doing. The problem is, most of that's wrong. Madam President, you own a business.
Yes.
How would you like it if someone retires, a new person takes over that person's job, and retroactively shuts your business down? That's exactly what happened. Every business in North Providence is in jeopardy right now. If they shut us down, they can shut anybody down. Go back in time and shut down a business. That's the issue. It's not about noise. Mr. Metzger said that we are in a residential area. That's not true. Charles Street is zoned commercial village, and that building is zoned commercial. His property abuts a commercial building. He moved next to a commercial building. Our sound signature is that of a commercial building. It does not rise to the level of a violation. The police have said it many, many times. We make commercial noise. We're in a commercial building. That's allowed in a commercial building. I'm not going to apologize for what we do. Everybody knew what we did before we got here. We didn't hide anything. Mr. Metzger was here last month and said that he was kept up at 8:30 at night with weights dropping the night before the town hall meeting, the town council meeting, rather. In Cranston and in North Providence, the prescribed workout that day was go run a mile for time. There wasn't a weight or a kettlebell or a dumbbell used in either location that day for 24 hours. It simply didn't happen. I spoke with Sergeant Perez of the police department prior to that, and on many other occasions, there was an instance where there was a reported disturbance that couldn't have occurred the way it was described. I understand people get fixated and they want to get something accomplished. And it's the squeaky wheel theory. The more I say something, the more they're going to believe me. You start getting on the train, and it's hard to get off. We're going to complain every day, and we're going to do something about it. The problem is, a lot of those complaints are not valid. We're not quiet. We never said we were. The sound we make from our building does not rise to the level of a violation. We were invited to town, permitted to operate, retroactively shut down by the people that invited us here and permitted us to operate, without any violations whatsoever of any ordinances for disturbance or noise. That's where we stand. Mr. Metzger called CrossFit headquarters in California and told them that we were shut down over a noise ordinance. He then asked the person at CrossFit headquarters with whom we have a contract, I'm not an attorney, but that's important, asked them if he could force us to cooperate with him. He doesn't have to force us to cooperate, as Mr. Lynch knows. We tried to cooperate. He didn't want to cooperate. The issue here, let's stay focused, is not about noise. We're not quiet. We never said we were. What we said was, what we do does not rise to the level of a violation, and that's important. We were permitted to operate, invited here, brought here, held by the hand, and put in that space. I'll take your questions. Actually, there's some more. Mr. DeMarco and a couple more people who want to speak. And then I'll take
You know, I do have to say this, and I appreciate everyone coming out. This is not the zoning hearing. And I don't want to say we're deaf ears.
Ma'am, I understand
because
that.
we're not,
However,
but
last month, there was an uninterrupted hour of bashing Ocean State CrossFit North Providence. An hour. Uninterrupted hour. People talking about quality of life issues, and he got PTSD from living next to fit people for 2 weeks. It was outrageous.
I mean, if you have something to add,
Actually, we do. I'll tell you what, Mrs. DeMarco has a petition signed by the neighbors. Some of the neighbors, Mr. Mesker identified as complaining, signed a petition for Mrs. DeMarco supporting our gym and our cause. Some of the people that he says identified on the map he gave you in those reams of paper, we're not going to give you any paper for 2 reasons. You won't read it, and CrossFit supports the environment. You got reams of paper that said there was a map that showed different locations of people that were affected and complaining. Those are the people that signed the petition in support of us. Mr. Metzger will stand up and say he supports businesses in town, and he wants the business to be here, doesn't want us to close down, but he said last month that if one person works out, it's one too many. How can we run our business if that's what we do, if one person using our facility is one too many for him? I understand that they want it a certain way. However, when you live next to a commercial building, you don't get it that way. That's just not how it works. I drove up Mineral Spring Ave on the way here today. Almost every business on that road abuts a house. Almost every one. That's what this whole town looks like. I don't know where you're going to go and not find that. So I realize this is not the place. We're not going to get it fixed tonight. My sole mission here tonight was to make sure that we cleared the deck about what's going on and what the real issue is. I'm tired of hearing the noise about the noise, because that issue is strictly noise. The issue is the zoning and the ability of a town officer to go back in time and shut down a business. That's the problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You can come and address the council.
Jay Metzger, once again, there's just one thing I'd like to say. I have never misquoted Mr. Burling in anything that I've said about him. He has misquoted me directly the entire time when he was speaking with you. I didn't call the National CrossFit Board to ask them anything. I wrote them an email saying that I understand that this CrossFit is an affiliate of theirs, and perhaps they could reach out and suggest ways they could pad and reduce this problem. Mr. Burling has no problem slandering myself and my neighbors about this issue, and I have never said anything negative about him. I use his own words, and he's very clear with them. I don't appreciate that. We're talking about holding your head up high. I don't have to defend my character. Anyone who knows me knows who I am. These are not made-up accusations. The police have been involved multiple times, and they want to pretend like it's made up. And I don't think it's fair on record to not let that go without saying, that was completely untrue, sir.
Okay.
Completely untrue.
Mr. Metzger?
Pardon me.
Unfortunately, we can't...
That's fine. Thank you.
We can't have the back and forth, and, you know, this is really going in front of the zoning board, so I'll take one last person unless there's something someone wants to add differently.
I
Yes.
know it's going to go against the zoning board, and I'll be there for that as well. I live adjacent, right next door to the gym. I'm at 82 Volturno Street.
Would you say your name, please?
Cassie De Silva.
Come near the mic.
Oh, sorry,
Thanks.
it's Cassie De Silva.
Yeah.
I live at 82 Volturno, right next door to the gym, right next door to where they park. I've been there for 11 years. He's been there for 3 years.
I've had issues with him myself in regards to him complaining about noises coming from my house, but that's a whole different issue. But since the gym has been there, I have had no issues. I have 2 children, an 11-year-old and a 17-year-old. The car, they are very compliant with parking in the lot. There's no issue with parking. The noise, I don't hear any noise. If anything, I do hear, feel a rumble. I don't know if they are dropping weights, but I get more of a rumble with cars driving down my road, going over the potholes and whatnot in the road. So I have no complaints. They were out in the yard the other day. There was probably about 4 or 5 of them working out in the parking lot. They weren't loud. There was no music. I've never heard any noises coming from them, and they've been very pleasant and compliant with everything. And I live closer to the gym than any of these neighbors here, and I have 2 children. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to move on to the next agenda item. It's really, the testimony is for the zoning meeting.
I don't know who
No.
you're 14. Yeah, 14, no, I see. Francis Di Gregorio, do you know?
Francis. Jared.
What are we doing with this?
What's the matter?
It's in the Senate, and the most it's being held judiciary, so for further study, so it's not a whole issue. Yeah, the ethics commission. Chambers, so.
I can hear what he said.
Okay, item number 14 on the agenda. We received a request from Francis Di Gregorio of Exeter, Rhode Island, for discussion and possible vote for a resolution of support asking the General Assembly to adopt S 2034 and H 7593, putting before the voters of the state of constitutional amendment to reinstate the full jurisdiction of the Rhode Island Ethics Commission over the General Assembly. This item was continued from April 1st, 2014 at the regular meeting. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Tracy Miller with Common Cause Rhode Island. Thank you for your time tonight. Do you have a copy of the testimony, or would you like me to read it?
You could give us a copy.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't bring copies for everyone. Ms. DeAngelis, do you happen to have the copy?
I only have what was given to me by Mr. Gregorio.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can follow up with an email to you tomorrow with the testimony. It's short compared to a lot of the other things you've addressed tonight.
Give us an overview.
I will.
Please, a quick overview
Yes.
of the reason why you're here to support.
In 1986, the voters in Rhode Island passed an amendment creating a very strong ethics board over all state.
I'm going to need you to speak in the microphone louder or hold it.
Is that any
Lift
better?
it.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. 1986, an ethics commission was approved by the voters in the state of Rhode Island as a constitutional amendment. There was a challenge to one part of that amendment in 2009, and the Rhode Island Supreme Court ruled that the core legislative activities of the General Assembly were not covered under the Ethics Commission. So since 2009, the General Assembly has not been under the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission, which is appointed by the governor and the Senate and the House, each selecting several members. Common Cause is asking for clarification on this point, asking that there be an amendment presented to voters in November with the opportunity to restore the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission over the General Assembly, as we believe it was intended in 1986 by the voters.
Does anyone have any questions?
Questions?
No, I'm good.
What's the,
We're asking all municipalities in Rhode Island. We have about 11 so far that have agreed to support the resolution.
Where is this legislation right now at the General Assembly? I see that there's bills. They're already...
Well, I looked it up
That's a
today.
good question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I respond, Madam President?
no, go ahead.
I did look it up today on the State House website, and what I found was that it's being held in the House and Senate Judiciary, held for further study.
That was
in
going
both
to be my
chambers,
answer, yes.
in both committees.
Yes.
I think maybe, Madam President, we should place this on file for further discussion.
Second that.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
And I will submit this to Ms. DeAngelis tomorrow. Is that the appropriate thing to do, via
Yes,
email?
please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 15, summer camp. We received a request from Mary Ann Warren of 516 Fruit Hill Avenue, along with other parents and members of the Recreation Department, to appear before the council for discussion and possible vote concerning 13 and 14-year-olds being able to attend summer camp program for the town of North Providence. Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
You can just take that out and,
Oh,
and hold the
Well,
microphone.
my name is Mary Ann Warren, and I've been a resident in the town for over 30 years.
You're going to need to take the microphone out or put it a little closer to you, please. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Mary Ann Warren, and I've been a resident in the town for over 40 years. As a parent, I've enjoyed the benefits the town offered my children, and as a grandparent, I enjoy the benefits the town offers my grandchildren. Tonight, I am here to discuss the value of the town summer camp. My grandson Noah and many of his friends have enjoyed the town summer camp since the age of 6. Now that he has turned 13, he is no longer eligible to go to camp because eligibility stops at age 12. I would like to petition the council to extend the age to at least 14 years old. And I did a little bit of research. I was trying to find something to support the value of summer camps for that age, but I couldn't find anything. I did find that there is an accreditation body that accredits camps in the country called the American Camp Association. And according to the American Camp Association, which accredits camps throughout the country, the camp experience is essential to every child's growth and education. Quality camp experiences help children develop the healthy, emotional, and social skills necessary to grow into strong, considerate, competent adults. In this way, camps help their families and the community at large. At this vulnerable age, camps can offer the experience of caring and competent role models, opportunities for leadership through activities and personal growth. Camp offers the opportunity to learn new skills and experiences, make friends, and time away from video games, television, and Facebook. In addition, the children that have attended camp from the beginning still want to go, and that's really why I'm here, because my grandson and his friends are the ones that want to keep going to the camp. It's not us pushing them to go to camp. They really enjoy the camp a lot. And I believe that makes all the difference because they're not being forced to go. Many of them are in honors programs in their schools, and with parents at work, camp can provide a structured, positive place for them to go. Camp can generate both revenue for the town and create summer jobs, and any program that contributes positively to the development of children will positively impact families and the world around them. So I ask you to please consider extending the age of summer camp, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I don't know what the process is, but I think that other parents here as well.
I've actually gotten a lot of phone calls on this. I've gotten a lot of phone calls on this issue.
Yeah,
From
it's a
parents.
great opportunity. The kids really love it.
What is the direction we would take next?
Do we vote on that? I don't know if we
Well-
vote.
Would we have to have the recreation director that runs the camps come before us?
Yeah,
have
well,
to do a study.
Madam President?
Yes.
I think it's important for a few things to be considered, because it is wonderful for children who are 13 and 14 years of age to attend camp also, but I think it might be a logistical program issue that has to be explored further with the rec department, because whatever program is put in place for the older group has to be developmentally appropriate, a developmentally appropriate program for that particular group, because they're entering the teen years, and it's going to be different than the 10 to 12-year-old group. And in addition to that, capacity in terms of staffing, in terms of space for the children to engage in the camp activities. So I think once we can explore that, or the rec department can explore that for the parents, if we can send them a letter and ask them to find that out, if they even have the capacity to do so. I can't imagine anyone wouldn't be in favor of it, but I think it's something that they need to explore further and then get back to the council.
And maybe they could consult with that American Camp Association and ask them for their expertise, because they accredit camps throughout the country for children of all ages, teenagers up into their higher teens, so maybe
Well, that's it,
turn
and
to the expert.
there are standards
There's
that guide
standards,
those
camp
programs,
standards.
and they would need to explore that further and learn from maybe other camps in the state that provide services for children who are in the age group that you're inquiring about.
So what could we do next?
Can
Yeah.
I just add one thing? My name is Lynn Corwin, my son also goes to the camp. The camp counselors and the person who was in charge of recreation at the end of last summer is the one that mentioned this to the kids. So, you know, it was a woman who, I think she was an interim, might have been an interim rec person or the person in charge of the camp, mentioned to these kids, you know, you guys should be coming back next year. I don't understand why the town doesn't expand this program. It's good in the, I mean, we pay for our kids to go. So,
Right.
you know, I understand the question of resources. You know, I would really appreciate consideration, and given that it's May and we're trying to figure out what our 13-year-olds are going to be doing this summer, you know, I just really don't. So they're not old enough to get working papers till they're 14, but the camp stops at age 12. So there's that 1 year in between where these kids have nothing to do. The closest place that they would be able to go is the YMCA in Pawtucket, runs McCall Field program, and they do have, they go up to, I believe, age 14, which is where my son went before going to Naughty Park. He hated that compared to where he is now. Plus, I had to put him on a bus. I live in North Providence. I work in Oneyville. And so I had to take him to Lincoln and then turn around and get to Oneyville. So even if it's, you know, 13, 14, whatever we can do, I think for kids to want to go to a camp is a good thing. And to have a great camp like Naughty Park is a great thing. And now with the expansion for you know, the camp and everything that's going to be done there, I think is fabulous. So we don't know what to do next or when to expect to hear something.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President.
Yes, Councilman.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President, to send this to the Department of Recreation for further study and review to see what in fact we can do with this issue.
You won't have to do that,
Motion has
John.
been made and seconded. Does anyone on the council have any questions?
I was going to make the same motion.
Okay, great. Mayor?
We're going to check that out tomorrow to see why we can't allow older students or children to go to the camp. I don't know why, maybe there's a reason, but we'll check that out, Mary Ann, we'll check that out tomorrow, and if we can make, yeah. Yeah. And I'm sure, just same as Alice said, so we're going to check it out, and if we can make it happen, we will. I can assure you of that. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, item number 16 on the agenda. Safety and Sustainability Raising Food received a request from Timothy Thorpe asking that the town council consider amending our code of ordinances so that families in North Providence can raise chickens. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thanks. Thank you, first of all, for taking the time to listen to this proposal. My name is Tim Thorpe, as you mentioned, and I have 3 children. We have been gardening in North Providence since we moved here around 10 years ago. And thanks to the fine soil in North Providence, we've had tremendous success with raising, wonderful vegetables and nice fruit trees and whatnot. But, doing some research on sustainable food production and local food production, along with this concept I read about that your average American city has 3 days of food available in its stores. And if any kind of catastrophe happens, there's kind of a phenomenon called 9 meals to anarchy, where just in a short amount of time, people who don't raise their own food go to the supermarket, there's no food there. So there's actually real problems that arise with unsustainable food models. And I don't know if the members of the council have been reading, watching the news or seeing, shows that demonstrate a need for change in how we raise food in America, but I was really impacted by a movie, Food Inc., that really described how food is produced, and that there are simple measures that can be taken to improve our own production. So I wanted to have a couple of hens in my yard, not roosters. So whenever I say chickens from this point forward, I'm not talking about roosters that say cock-a-doodle-doo in the morning. I'm talking about little quiet hens that raise they lay 1 egg per day per chicken. And I found out that I cannot have a hen in my yard because of Article 2, 203N. It's a prohibited use to raise fowl in this town. And I understand from researching it that the reasons would be due to rat infestation concerns and noise and nuisances of smell. So I don't want to say, hey, that doesn't matter. Let's just have chickens and everyone's going to be happy. Those are actually very valid concerns. But I have done other research that has shown that chickens can be lawfully raised in urban settings without increasing rodent infestation, and that 60% of America's large cities have chicken ordinances. So what they call it is backyard chickens. The idea is not that you have a farm in your yard, but that you have just a limited number of chickens. So what I'm asking for you today is that you could be more specific with your prohibitions through an ordinance committee and more generous with your allowances, so that the ordinance could be rewritten in such a way that we could sustainably grow some chicken eggs in our yard and not have any increase to rodent infestation. These types of rules, are they laws or are they ordinances?
Well,
they're
the same.
That's the same thing?
They're
Okay.
the same thing.
So these laws are in effect and have gone through recently in Newport and Providence. They're very popular with the residents. And the ordinances in place, especially in Providence, provides a very good model that I'll just give a couple details on here today. But not only do the policies keep a lawful governance over the town, but they provide a guideline for people who want to raise chickens. So rather than people just doing it because they don't know any better or doing it however they want, it gives them an incentive and a direction to do it correctly. So just as an example of how this worked in Providence, the residents are allowed to have 1 hen per 800 square feet of property, limited to 6 hens. It was pretty clear setup there. The feed and the chickens must be enclosed in a rodent-proof container or fence. And roosters are prohibited. Manure must be cleaned up and slaughtering chickens is also prohibited. So just what I'm trying to say is you can be more specific in what's prohibited and more generous with what's allowed. And in trying to do some research on this, I've talked with a bunch of residents in North Providence, had a great time and a pleasurable time meeting with them and hearing them recall the farming heritage of this town, where they say that their grandmother and their mother used to raise chickens. And, you know, I just want to say thanks again for your time and for your consideration of how residents can safely and sustainably raise food on their property.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Thorpe?
I'll make a motion to refer this matter to the ordinance committee.
Second.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Item number 17, the town council to consider the approval of a vendor license to sell fireworks from Keith Lambert, DBA Keystone Novelties Distributors, LLC at 1350 Middle Spring Avenue.
My name's Neil Shaw. Keith Lambert is my son-in-law, and he's in Connecticut, so I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. We did have the application. It appears we have the sign-offs.
I didn't, Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't see the sign-off from the fire marshal, although you mentioned the fire marshal, that you will have an inventory and that the fire marshal will approve all products sold. I did see your inventory list, but you are, is that pending, that appointment with the fire marshal?
Yes, what happens is, I actually run the store that's in Pawtucket, and all the stores or tent sites, as they are, basically go, we have a laundry list from the local fire department, and all that stuff's going over. Storage is usually in a steel container.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
So we, I mean, if there's no questions, it's a little
I
standard
believe this is the
procedure.
same location that he
Yeah.
had last year.
Do we have the check off that all the taxes have been paid from last year with his license and everything? Have all taxes been paid? Do we know?
When they pick up their
When they pick up their when you pick up your permit,
This is signed off by the tax collector on the
Okay.
vendor license.
it's signed off? Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to grant, subject to all necessary requirements, including the proper signatures from the police,
So moved.
fire, and zoning
Second.
department. A motion is made and seconded. Councilman Brady?
I just did want to mention before the motion was made, are you going to be going to the Rhode Island Department of Revenue to renew your permit?
He's in
Because
the
it
process
expires
of renewing
June-
all
yeah,
that
but-
stuff now.
Yeah, it expires on June 30th,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you're going beyond that date.
Okay. A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Item 18, the peddler's license. The council to consider the approval of a peddler's license from Keith Lambert, DBA New England Novelty, to sell novelties at Naughty Park along with Memorial Day Parade route on May 26th, 2014, and July 3rd, 2014 at Naughty Park. Does anyone have any questions? I'll entertain a motion to grant, subject to all necessary requirements.
So moved.
Is there a second? A motion has been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vendor license. The council to consider the approval for a vendor license for James Orban, DBA Phantom Fireworks, to sell fireworks at 1350 Middle Spring Avenue.
Hi, good evening. The
Good
address
evening.
on that is actually 1920 Middle Spring, is what I submitted in the Wild Fitness Center Plaza. You put down the same address for me as you did for the previous vendor.
We got you the whole deal at 1350.
Yeah.
So 1920 Middle Spring.
Let me just check the information. If I don't have the actual address that's on there,
Well, what you did is you put down the same address for me and the other vendor. The other vendor is at 1350, I'm at 1920.
Yeah, it's
I made a mistake.
It says it on the application, 1920.
The
Yeah.
previous vendor was 1350. Mineral Spring, I just made a mistake.
When is this for?
Retail sales of fireworks.
Is different than what's in the form.
Yeah, but when is it for?
Yeah.
When are you planning on selling the fireworks? When are you starting?
June 24th through July 5th.
Okay, I'm going to have to put this on the special meeting that we have. I'll do it only because the wrong address was advertised for public hearing and, well, for public hearing, for passage on the agenda. But you'll have it before you need it because we're scheduling, but you won't have to come back.
But I filled out the application correctly. I waited here 2 hours and 45 minutes time to be heard for this to happen and not being my error. I talked to the mayor because I wasn't really happy because us vendors come into town and we pay fees. We've been here since 4 years. It wasn't my error. I really wish you would make an exception because
No, I realize it wasn't your error, but within the next couple of days when we schedule our meeting, you won't have to come. I'll just put it on the agenda to, I'm sure it will be passed, but I have to advertise it the proper way. And I apologize, I didn't type it, but it has to be the right address on there if somebody wanted to come in and say, hey, I live next to
20 Mineral Spring. That's why I brought it to your attention because we do things above board, so I wanted you to know that I noticed it was wrong, so.
So,
All right.
can I tell them that? Oh, we're just waiting for one other thing that maybe you can get to the clerk's office, a BCI.
Yes.
So if you could do that as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And so we'll just put this on our next special meeting.
But in future reference, I mean, if you could put us vendors, like, we're quick to come through. I don't know why we have to wait 3 hours to be seen. I mean, it's a bit much. I mean, we go to...
I apologize for that. I thought it was a vendor license that was in the park, and maybe there wasn't someone here for it. Sometimes we get those, and not everybody comes, so I apologize.
I'm not trying to be impatient. I'm just
No,
stating...
I know. It's been a long night.
I attend 25 of these a year, so
Yep.
it becomes a lot at 3 hours apiece.
Yep. Nope, it was a long night, so we will get that on the next for you. So please get that information to the clerk.
I already talked to Troy. I will get that to him tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You will notify me when the meeting is, or...
Yep, I'll have the clerk come, but I don't expect that you would have to go.
Okay.
Okay?
Fantastic. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Item number 20, President Catanzaro requested discussion and a vote concerning the correspondence from Solicitor Galone regarding Elliott Avenue and surrounding street flooding. I do see the solicitor here, so maybe I can just ask you if you wanted to come up, and then I wouldn't have to send you a letter.
For the record, Anthony Galone, Town Solicitor. Kristen, I think I sent that correspondence regarding Elliott Avenue.
Right. I just had a question, in which I was going to send you in a letter. I wanted to know if the gentleman, Mr. Salvatore, had gone over there and assessed the area yet and what his findings were.
Dick, we're talking about the Elliott Avenue flooding.
You know what? I
Dick, why
cannot
don't you
hear.
come
I'm sorry. Yep.
I can't hear anything.
I'm almost certain that he's been down there to look at that drain pipe that goes through the back of the yard to determine whether or not it's ours or it was put in there by the contractor and whether it's our responsibility or not. They were also going to check to see if it was blocked up for any reason. Because if that, from what the last conversation I had with them, if it's one of those corrugated or metal pipes, it might have just caved in. But I think the determination we have to make is whether or not it's our responsibility. And I'll talk with Bernie in the morning and see what happens. I know Glenn has been on the site also, so.
Okay, well, we're just waiting, and I did promise the resident that I was keeping it on the.
I will
agenda.
find out. I will find out tomorrow, and I'll give you a call as to where they are.
All right, great.
You want me to put that in writing?
No.
Okay.
I don't require things in writing. A phone call is fine. Thank
And
you.
I don't put anything in writing either.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to continue that till next month.
So moved.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? The ayes have it. What did you ask me, Alice?
29, because Mr. Galone is here, maybe he can answer
The
those
next
questions.
two are going to concern them too.
Oh, all right, okay.
Item number 21, President Catanzaro requests discussion and an update on the equitable sharing program. We've discussed some of the issues this evening already, so I'm not going to discuss them again. What I did want to make mention about the equitable sharing program, in our budget meeting, the chief came before us, actually two chiefs, the chief of the fire and the chief of police, and they had told us some of their immediate needs for expenditures from the equitable sharing program, and that they were asking for them to go in our budget. And what I was considering with the equitable sharing program, and it was for discussion only, is that because there's an immediate public safety need, we had all received emails back and forth from the attorneys, Attorney Galone and Attorney Trainee, to the Department of Justice, saying that there was this immediate need. I was considering that we should have the police chief, he told us it was about $330,000 that he needed. We could send a letter to the Department of Justice,
Madam President?
along with, hold on one second,
Yeah,
please.
just going to, so
Could
you
I
won't have to
finish,
go through,
please?
yeah, so you won't have to go through all this.
Okay.
I was just going to tell you that I'm going to propose a letter.
All right, well, could I finish what I have to say
Yeah,
first?
I'm just,
So with the immediate need for public safety, so we're not recognizing that the police department and the fire department had this immediate need, we could send a letter with the request that they had asked us for within the budget to the Department of Justice, having the council sign it, who we feel is the governing body, having the mayor sign it, having the police chief sign off on it, because that's what he has to do, and without waiving any of our rights for where we're at, I would think it would be a temporary solution for getting the money we need for the immediate need for the department. So I didn't put it on as a vote because I wanted to discuss it. I didn't know if we were at a position where we wanted to vote on it or not. So I just wanted to discuss it and,
I think it's a
you
good
know.
idea.
Madam President, if you go to
Madam
the
President,
next.
that's a great idea you have.
Well, you actually, well, that's why I put it
No,
on.
listen, that's a great idea, and that's why I'm here. Don't laugh, Mark. That's a great idea. I recommended that the other day.
Well,
Let's free up this money, and then we could determine who the governing body is. I mean, because I don't think there's any conflict. I mean, if there was ever a time to cooperate on something, it's this. I mean, they came in, the feds were in today, audited. From what I understand, they were tickled pink about the way we spent the money and the records we gave. We gave them. They complimented Julie. They said if every department that received some of this Google money had their records in order the way you had, it would be beautiful. No one, no one from the administration is telling the police department what to do with the money. They make a recommendation, they'll run it by and say, oh, that's a good idea. We still have almost $40 million left. We could really, do some good things with it. One of them is this property we're gonna lose this property if we don't have an opportunity to use some of this Google money.
Well, I think what we should do, which was my proposal, which was a little different than yours, it's to ask for them to release what the chief of the police department and the fire department had asked us for the immediate need.
Right, that's what but I made that recommendation the other day, that Thursday. I said, let's sign an agreement, an interim agreement, and let's put a max on it, $1 million, $2 million.
No, that's a little different.
Well, all right, no, but what I'm saying is put the max. What max do you want to put on it?
Well, what the police chief had asked us for.
Yeah, about
I think,
300 change, and the vest for the fire department.
In the vest for the fire department, I think he said about $40,000, and that
All
was
right,
satisfied.
and that's fine, Madam Chairman. That's fine. That's great. At least we'll settle that problem. But the next issue that we're going to be faced with, and rather than, get into, we had enough conversation here tonight, but let's agree to disagree on some things. But the next issue that we're going to be faced with is we're going to lose that property, which would be the perfect site for the town for a fire and police complex.
Well, can we discuss that at another time, please? Because for purposes of tonight, that particular item, that is not here. We're talking about.
No, I understand that, but please consider it, okay? Please consider it.
What we need to consider is the reason why everything is where it's at. And we have to all get together, the parties, for the governing body issue in compliance with the guidelines which we read. So I'm hoping that that's sooner than later, and if that's a proposal that everyone likes,
So at least make a recommendation, whatever the amount of that money is that the police requested. We'd have to, certify and make sure that's the right amount.
Right,
And the money that the fire chief needed for the vest, which from what I understand now was part of the law, because in case, in the past, you probably know about this, the fire department had to back off. Now they want them to go in, so they got to be protected too.
I
So
believe,
I think those are two important items that we should address, and not put that burden on the taxpayer if we could use the Google money.
okay.
That just makes sense.
No.
And that's it. I'm all done.
If we, thank you. If we. Right. I was just going to discuss it, but if that's something we can move to your item.
Yeah, I want to read what I've got here, and then you can decide whichever way you want to go, okay?
Okay, so item 22, Councilman Jusse requests discussion and possible vote on the settlement of the Google money.
All right, I want to put forth, in the form of a motion, a letter that I was asked to read. And if we all agree to this, it will free up the money from the DOJ on an interim basis, okay? And I'm going to read this. And I'm going to probably mess up one name in here. Dear Ms. Derry, we write in response to the communication dated April 22nd, 2014 from Yakima Ramswamy, Chief AFMLS, notifying the North Providence Town Council and the North Providence Police Department that no further ESP disbursements will be authorized by your agency until we identify the appropriate governing body. We are working diligently toward a solution, and in the event that we cannot reach an agreement in a reasonable time, we will submit the question to a court of competent jurisdiction here in Rhode Island for a judicial determination. We write to you jointly as respective counsel for the administration and the town council of North Providence, because we have determined that our original communication with you may have been premature, and the resulting lack of funding caused by the moratorium is now impeding important public law enforcement services, with consequent negative effects on public safety, police operations, morale, and public confidence. This is not what was intended by our original contacts with you, and we regret any inconvenience our previous communications may have caused. Therefore, we jointly request that while we pursue resolution of this local legal issue among ourselves, or if necessary, in the appropriate judicial forum, disbursements from the ESP to the North Providence Police Department resume according to the same procedure in effect before their interruption on April 22nd. We note that the pre-existing process for expenditure approval, which were all authorized, signed, and submitted by the then current Chief of Police and Mayor, functioned successfully for some 27 years, and both the Police Department and the Town Council are confident that it can continue while we work through this local issue. We appreciate your willingness to be of assistance to us, and we will advise you of the final resolution to our legal question as soon as it is available. Please be advised that all further communications to you concerning this matter will be by joint correspondence only, signed either by the Town Council President and the Chief of the North Providence Police Department or their respective counsel, who have signed this correspondence to you, as no other legal representatives are authorized to act for either party. Very truly yours, Anthony M. Galone, Town Solicitor, Mark Welch, Attorney for the Town Council. And I'll give you this. I've got a couple of copies here if anybody else, if you want to keep one on the file. So. Huh?
You didn't make a
I
motion,
put that in the
did you?
form of a motion. Yeah.
That's why I said to her, she gotta get a second and then a discussion.
I put it in the form of a motion.
To send this letter? Is that what the motion?
I put in the formulation that I asked to read, and if we all agree to this, it will free up the money from the DOJ
Well,
to send this letter to them.
I gotta look at it.
Yeah. It's on an interim basis. It would only be on an interim basis
The,
until we solve the problem.
the
I'll
only,
second his motion.
the only disagreement that I would have is that it's freeing up the money. And what we would want to do is
But that would
only
cover-
ask
but that
for,
would-
to release the expenses that they asked us for right now without reserving the
Yeah, but
right
wouldn't
that...
wouldn't that cover what the chief said as far as that land across from the high school?
Yeah, but listen, I have a different opinion than everyone else. The governing body is the town council. We are not going to reserve the right to release the money until all parties come to the table. The only thing that was brought to our attention at the budget meeting was the immediate need for the police department and the fire department. And that is what we should be focusing on, is the immediate need.
I'm going to ask...
Anything other than the immediate need for public safety at this time is not what we were asked for in our budget meeting. This is not the forum to litigate what we're actually, fighting for, to say who is the governing body, who is to sign off on the form. And I feel adamant that we should only be releasing right now until there's a formal meeting, a formal hearing, however it is, with all the parties intended to meet and have a resolution.
So in other words,
So-
Madam President, you would rather lose possibly that property across from the high school.
We haven't even heard about property until tonight.
Well, yeah,
That's not an
but
immediate
he's
need.
saying there's a good possibility that if we could free up this money for the interim basis. Now, I'm not saying decide legally who's doing what. I'm saying just free up some money, and then you can stop it if you want afterwards. But at least in the meantime, we can get the stuff that we need, or do the things that we have to do.
Right, the public safety concerns. So
Excuse me, Madam President.
whatever the public safety concerns were, that was just my original proposal to address our immediate need public safety
So in other words, you're
concerns.
against this letter?
Excuse me, Madam President.
What I'm against is freeing up all the money when what was brought to us originally was we need X amount of dollars for public safety concerns. And that's just my position, and I stand by that. So,
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
If I could be heard briefly. My name is Anthony
Could
Trainee.
I
I'm an
just
attorney.
have one person talking? What is your name, please?
My name is Anthony Trainee. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing the police department. We came here tonight because we had had a communication with Mr. Welch, and the purpose of Mr. Gallone and I being here was to hopefully discuss with the council coming to some kind of an interim agreement, because it's obvious, at least to us, that this controversy over the governing body issue is something that is not going to get resolved quickly. It appears, particularly after listening to what I've heard here tonight, that this is very likely going to wind up in litigation. And I think it's unfortunate that that's what's happening, but it seems to be because the matter started on the wrong foot to begin with, and everyone has now found themselves in a position where battle lines seem to have been drawn, and although they may not be necessary, I think we're stuck with that. Now, in the meantime, the police department is facing serious public safety concerns, and the proposal that Mr. Giusti made was at our request because the police department believes that in order for them to carry out their police public safety functions, they need access to that money. Now, we can all agree to disagree about the governing body issue. This is not a situation where, for example, there was some kind of history of mismanagement of the ESP funds. This is not a situation where there was some incident that occurred that calls into question the ability of the police department to continue to manage those expenditures. For 27 years, that money has been distributed and expended in a particular fashion, and all of a sudden, from seemingly out of nowhere, there seems to be some effort to change that process and to change the control of those expenditures.
With
Now,
all due respect,
if
Mr.
that-
Trainee, I need to interrupt you. This is not the forum right now to be discussing that particular issue.
I'm not
because-
discussing that issue, Madam President. If you don't interrupt me and let me finish my thought, you will understand my point.
Not.
And I would appreciate it, since I didn't interrupt you, if you would not interrupt me. Now, what I was saying was that the issue is the interim disbursement of the funds for public safety purposes. Whether or not you agree with me about who the governing body is not appropriately discussed tonight, and we didn't come here to discuss that tonight. What
Well,
we
you
came
mentioned
here,
about 27 years, and then it's changed all of a
and
sudden.
that's
so-
right. And the reason I said that was because you don't have any reason to question what happened before in order to stop the funding to being continued now. The point is that all of these disbursements that have previously been okay with everybody can continue, and the police department can continue to do exactly what they've been doing to take care of their public safety agenda. And while they're doing that, we can have whatever battle you want to have over the governing body issue. But we don't need to hold up the police department's public safety agenda while we're doing that. If you had a situation where there was some problem with the police department, you may be justified in doing that.
But there isn't anything unusual that's happened in the last 27 years that would cause you to stop funding those programs and let the police department not do their job. If you want to fight about who the governing body is, we can do that all day long. I don't have a problem with that. Anytime, anywhere you want to fight about it, we'll fight about it. But in the meantime, let the police department do their job. That money is necessary for public safety purposes. That's the reason for the letter that Mr. Giusti offered for you to vote on. It's not because we want to litigate the governing body issue here and now. This is not the place to do that. I don't litigate things at council meetings. I do it in the courtroom. And that's where it's probably going to end up being done. But you don't have to hamstring the police department while we're fighting that battle. That was the purpose of mentioning that.
Well, just
Thank
to
you.
let you know, I did bring it to their attention a long time ago when the administration and the police chief a long time ago. I know you recently got involved. I only read the guidelines. So according to the 2009 guidelines, I read it, we tried, it didn't work, and that's why we're here today. It's not to put hamstrings on the police department. It's that the respect of the governing body was not afforded to us when it was brought to the attention to say, we think this is a compliance issue. So it's not that we don't want them to spend the money. It's just that we want to make sure that we are in compliance with the Department of Justice guidelines according to who is the governing body. And I think for purposes of the police chief coming to us with an amendment to the budget and the fire chief coming to us with a request for vests, that is the immediate need, and that should motivate us even more to get together sooner than later to resolve the issue than just to release the money and say, okay, while we're figuring it out. So the motivation to get us together sooner while we're satisfying the public safety needs is what we should be taking a vote on tonight.
It's
And that is
clearly
just-
not going to be resolved that way. You said a minute ago, you're adamant that the town council is the governing body, and most respectfully, you're wrong. And so a judge is going to have to make that determination. That's not going to happen in a hurry. So if you want to tie up your police officers and not take care of the public safety of the residents while we're fighting this battle, then I guess that's on you.
Well, I'd like to say it's not fighting, because you as an attorney, if you come to us and say you're going to fight it, I would like to think we're going to discuss it as professional individuals.
Madam President,
So
I made a-
it's not-
before we
it's
go
not
any-
fight.
Adamant that you are the governing body. You don't want to discuss anything. And so it will be a fight, and it'll have to be done in the courtroom. And that's okay. That's what I do. So that doesn't bother me. But don't tie them up.
We're
while
not
you're doing
tying
it.
them up.
Excuse
are.
me, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Trainee, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You're here in good faith?
Yes, I am.
We're here in good faith. The police officers have had an emotional evening. We've had an emotional evening. Let's not escalate it any further. I think what we should do is come to some agreement tonight. Is it going to be fully open-ended to benefit you and not benefit us, or to benefit us and not benefit you? I don't think so. But I think what we need to do for public safety is come up with a dollar amount, and the dollar amount that I understand that's on the table is approximately $320,000,
Plus 40,000 for the...
$360,000 for the police and the fire's budget to keep things moving for today.
And what about the $150,000 for Hopkinton?
Wait a minute.
That's not my call. I wasn't at your budget meeting, and that's not my decision to make. That's something that Mr. Galone and the administration will have to decide. I still think, as I said before, Mr. Lynch, that the two issues can very easily be separated. And there isn't any reason why the police department cannot continue to function as it has always functioned for all of the years that it has functioned successfully under this program, while the other piece of this is being decided in whatever courtroom it ultimately will have to be decided. And I would love to think that there might be a way for everybody to get together and have a meeting and come to some agreement on that. That would be a great thing if it could happen, because usually litigation ends up somewhere in the middle of whatever the result is that everybody wants. But from what I was listening to earlier tonight, it sounds to me like that's kind of a ways off. And so, in the meantime, since you had a successful program, and since the Justice Department people were in there today, and yesterday, I guess, and completed their audit, and determined that this department is running as well as any that they've seen, that there isn't any reason to change their effectiveness while we are trying to resolve a legal issue. That was my point. If there are other numbers involved, I don't know what they are, because I wasn't part of those discussions.
Correct.
If you want to talk about some kind of a resolution, I'm happy to do that.
Madam Chairman,
So,
I think
yes.
the issue here tonight is, we need, and give or take some dollars, okay, with the number, about approximately $360,000.
Correct.
I mean, 320 and 40. If that number changes by a few dollars, then it changes. The decision we have to make tonight is, do we fund it with the taxpayers' dollars in the budget, or do we fund it with the Google money and have no impact on the taxpayers?
Can I make a motion?
No-brainer to me.
Can I make a motion to just release the
Just so that I can
360?
enlighten you
Yeah, but we already made a
before you do
motion. We
that.
got a motion in a second.
Hold on one second,
Sure, I'm
please.
sorry. I apologize.
We actually have a motion on the floor,
And we have a second.
and there was a second, which, you know, and that's where we're in discussion, and it's this letter which releases it all, and I'm not in agreement with this letter, so if you'd like to, if you'd like to.
That's the one I just read.
Right. If you'd like to take a vote on that particular one that Councilman Juicy put forward, we can take a,
No, it's on an interim basis. As they need it, they can take it.
If I can, when I came to that budget meeting, I was trying to explain to you some of the issues that we are going to confront in the future. I mean, after that budget meeting, we also were confronted with a situation. We have 2 officers on overtime in Birchwood Middle School and Ritchie Middle School because of some credible threats that we received to the safety of the children. We're incurring that cost right now. We're looking at $25,000 in overtime expenses. Every day there's an officer in middle school, Ritchie Middle School, and Birchwood Middle School. My intentions were to utilize some of the federal forfeiture money to ultimately ask for that appropriation to be approved, because ultimately, law enforcement is evolving. I mean, we do things daily. We train daily. We have equipment. We do different things. The TASER program, which the Department of Justice currently has on hand now, it's about $50,000 in which we were going to purchase equipment, in addition to that they were going to pay for the training. They have that proposal. They haven't ultimately approved it
so
at this
why
point.
don't we do it for?
But I just want to give you an idea of what we deal with on a daily basis. You have a person who's an expert sitting on your panel. I mean, he can explain to you what we do. This is not just like, okay, this is the figure we're going to have today, and ultimately, I don't know what tomorrow brings. I can have 3-4 guys go
Well,
around.
there's money in your forfeiture account right now.
I voluntarily froze that.
No, but I'm saying.
I did that.
There is money in
There's
there.
$1 million in that.
That if
Almost
you-
$1 million, I'm sorry.
You know,
But Madam President, I voluntarily froze that out of the discussions that we were having, and I told them on the conference call on April 11th that I was willingly and voluntarily freezing that money that we have on hand. Now, that being said, like I said, within the last week, we put 2 police officers in one Ritchie and one in Birchwood. Thank you. $25,000 that's going to cost the police
So-
department.
what we could do is release.
Why those police officers are in those schools?
Oh, I do. I used to teach in the schools. I understand. And what we're saying is.
There was
the
a bomb
release-
scare in Ritchie School.
Right.
Let Bill.
I think it's public anyway.
Right.
There was actually.
But I don't want, I don't want anything to cry, fire up there, make it worse than it is, but it's something that they need.
Councilman
Unexpected.
We don't have that in overtime.
Could I have Councilman Warren say something so we can wrap this up?
I would say for the dollar amount for the immediate right now, I'm not talking about the 150 for Hopkinton, because that was already approved by the DOJ.
Yes.
I would say release 400,000 now, and any, Chief, any future monies that you need,
Yes.
if the administration agrees, and if the rest of the council, I would say if you need another 100,000 at the end of the summer, as long as it's signed off by both parties.
Fine.
And then
No,
sure,
no,
we don't
wait a
need
minute, wait,
litigation.
but you have to send a, before you can do that, before you can do that, you have to send a letter to
Hold
the
on 1
DOJ telling them that you came to an agreement.
If we reach an
to
agreement,
release this
DOJ
money,
wants a joint
because they're not gonna
communication from
release
both
it
sides
until
saying, this is the way we're gonna
All
handle
right,
the
could
ESP.
could I say something here? Councilman Juicy, would you be willing to rescind your motion so we can make a motion to get the $400,000 released for their immediate need? If you don't, then your motion is on the floor. We'll see if it carries. If it doesn't, Councilman Warren can make a second motion for the immediate need of $400,000 for both parties to sign the agreement without reserving, waiving their rights as the governing body. So you can either rescind.
All right, let me
or
just
put yours
say this.
forward.
My motion is strictly a letter to the Department of Justice saying that the two bodies have agreed while we're discussing the problem that we
We're
got.
not conceding that the council
Right?
is the government.
But
I
all
realize that, but
and
I
we're
haven't-
asking them, and we're asking them only to release the money, because they're not gonna do it unless they get a letter from this town saying that, a joint letter saying, from this town saying that we're in agreement.
Okay, well, how about this? Number one, our legal counsel hasn't read the letter. You just read it. I haven't read it specifically. I'm not voting on a letter that was just put in front of me to vote on. I'm not gonna do it. I'm tired. I admit it. I'm not gonna vote on this letter to send.
Can I say something? Because I can't take care of this anymore. We're gonna call a special meeting. I think we should vote on all items concerning the Google money at the special meeting, including this.
Take care of this, we're gonna vote, why don't we take care of this?
All right, let's vote on my motion, let's see where it goes.
So Councilman
And I want a
Juicy's
roll
motion
call
is
vote.
for this letter to release all the money.
And who seconded that?
So,
No. I'm sending a letter to the DOJ saying that we have come to a joint agreement, the council and the administration side, saying that we are, while we're solving our problem, for them to release the money. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for this body's right, or their right, or whoever's right. I'm asking just to have the money released in the interim.
right, so you're saying have all the money released, and we're saying let's have a set amount released while we're going through it. So your motion is on the floor.
My motion is strictly to let the DOJ know that we are together and for them to release the money. That's all I'm
To
asking.
release the whole amount.
And we can't even do the 400,000 until we send a letter like that to the DOJ.
Well, legal,
Yeah, but we wouldn't send this letter, we would send.
No, one, whatever you agree to.
Act on the motion that's on the floor.
No, I'm just saying,
Say what
saying it wouldn't be this letter, it would be a different letter.
Yeah,
we would send
absolutely.
If we follow Councilman Warren.
so, okay, so there's a motion made and seconded. Councilman Fiola?
Nay. Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
And the council votes nay. So the second motion that we, another motion, Councilman Warren was making the motion to send a letter similar to in nature that we can draft through legal counsel and have it reviewed with all parties signing, the mayor, the chief and the council without waiving any rights as to the governing body. Right, for the immediate need for the $400,000 that was requested for both the fire and the police department. So I'll entertain that motion.
But are we going to see this letter before we vote on it?
Yeah, I just said that.
No, the answer is question. The answer is question. Chief, the answer to his question, he's asking if he's gonna see the letter before we vote on it. We're voting on it right now so we can free up the money. I think if he wants to see the letter before it goes out, yes, but not before you vote on it.
The chief just informed me that the fire department expense is obviously contingent upon DOJ approving that item.
I have to wait till the DOJ.
We understand that, but we're
Right.
gonna give you access
Right.
to the money, so if they say yes, you got it. There you go.
But the 400,000 will be there. If you can't spend it there, then it's still.
Just spend it somewhere
I
else.
agree, but all
Right.
I know is I was answering his question, not before the vote. He'll see the letter after Anthony and I draft it. We'll be happy to share it with everybody.
We're both gonna draft it, right? So.
Correct.
Okay, so a motion was made by Councilman Warren, seconded by Council Brady. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 23, 15-minute parking. Councilman Juicy.
Yep, there's 2-hour parking signs in front of Borelli's Bakery and Speedy Pizza right now, and they're losing business because people are going over there and parking all day long. So if we could, I'd like to send a letter, I guess that's a state road, and I'd like to ask them if they could change those signs from 2-hour parking to 15-minute parking.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, it is.
Send it to who?
To the Department of Transportation.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Item 24, resident parking only. Councilman Juicy requested discussion and a vote concerning resident parking, 17 McGuire Road.
Yeah, I got a call from a woman who says that who lives in front in one of the at 17 McGuire Road, who said that what's happening is people are parking on McGuire Road from the housing for the elderly behind the police station, and they leave their cars there in front of her house for like 2 or 3 days, and they've never got any parking for guests or even their own parking cars. So she's asking for resident parking and be placed in front of her house. So I'll make a motion that we send, I guess it has to go to ordinance committee.
Wouldn't we want to ask the police department first? I know the last resident parking only that we had, the police went over and did a study or an assessment.
I thought they couldn't do any more studies.
No, I thought, yeah, I remember having one. That, there was some issue with that, and then,
Send a letter to Sergeant Perez. Right.
right. Do we want to, send Sergeant Perez over to have her assess
Analyze
it?
the
Because then if a
situation.
neighbor comes, and then the neighbor complains, and they weren't properly
All right,
notified.
if they're willing to do, I thought they weren't doing any more studies. I thought they
No, I
said.
think that was for,
Engineering.
engineering.
Yeah,
kind of-
Traffic
Right.
studies.
Traffic
I
studies.
think,
It was traffic studies.
Yeah.
so.
Because she's not a certified traffic engineer.
Right. Just a suggestion, you guys, it's your district, I just. So what's the motion?
Motion is to have Sergeant Perez do a study
Do a
if
study.
Analyze the situation.
resident parking is feasible at 17 McGuire Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion's made and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Item 25,
Oh, I'll also make a motion to put it on next month's agenda.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
A motion made and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
All of those opposed? The ayes have it. Item 25, a resolution to the General Assembly. Councilman Juicy requests a discussion and vote concerning a resolution to be sent to the General Assembly concerning a Class M license for Tina's Kitchen located at 1825 Middle Spring Avenue. Councilman Juicy?
Yep, I'd just like to have this resolution sent. I gave you a copy of it, to the General Assembly to get permission to put a Class M license at Tina's Kitchen.
You are aware of the law 3-7-19. It references premises and how the proximity to the school.
Yeah, but we passed one a couple months ago when we did the Chinese restaurant there close to Wayland School.
Yeah, but that's apples and oranges. That one was in there for 21 years, and it was being given to them on the basis that the restaurant is there. They were still operating. They wanted to open a restaurant across the street. This is a little different.
They moved the license that was there to the new restaurant across the street, and then you created another Class M license for that other place. And both those licenses are within the school, the Wayland School, so it's not apples and oranges. This is a Class M license. It doesn't make any difference how long they're there, right? This is a Class M license for a restaurant who happens to be across the street from the high school.
Where students eat every day.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Every day.
they don't eat over there every day, students.
Well,
I go
when
in
I
there,
was a teacher,
and they
I
haven't
did,
gone in
but-
there. I haven't seen any students in there at all.
All right, well, you do what you want with it.
I made the motion already, to send it to the General Assembly.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Do I need a roll call vote? I didn't hear. Councilman Fiola? Councilman Lynch?
Nay.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Councilman Audiello?
Aye.
Councilwoman Brady?
Nay.
Councilman Juicy?
Aye.
And the chair votes nay. So it's 3-4.
So it's gone.
It's going, yep. Item 26, scheduling of council meetings. Councilman Juicy requested discussion on scheduling of council meetings.
My question goes back to the budget hearings or the budget workshop that we were gonna have on Monday, that you canceled that on your own. I think from now on, you're not a one council person, that it should be a decision by every member on this council, that before we cancel a meeting, that it should to be taken by a vote by every member of this council, and cancel, if you want to cancel it, then they can cancel it there. But that shouldn't be done by one person, and one person only.
And how would you do that, through the clerk?
No, you can't do that. That's a rolling meeting if you do that. What we want to do is have a meeting, have the meeting, sit down and say, look, I want to cancel the meeting for X number of reasons, and then they can take a vote. And then everybody can determine what they want to do. I don't think you have the right to do that to other people. There's a lot of people here who cleared their schedules for that night, right? And because you didn't like what you didn't get, their schedules were all messed up.
Well, I made the decision because we all sat in the same budget meeting and we asked for the information, and I didn't think it was appropriate, just like getting things put in front of us tonight, you know, asking us to make split-second decisions on numbers that is so integral to our budget process. So saving everybody the time for coming in when we all knew the information we had, or having it thrown in front of us, yeah, I made a decision as a council president that I thought would benefit the taxpayers and the council by not having the information. But I have no problem, if it snows, I'll have everyone in too. So, you tell me you want to have everyone in, and then a meeting gets canceled, I'll have everyone in.
Absolutely.
I just was acting on...
Absolutely.
My concern about what transpired last week was, I got a call from the clerk's office saying that the meeting was canceled, no one knew why, and then I read in the breeze that another council member knew. No transparency there.
If you believe the breeze continuously, you're gonna end up the way we ended up tonight, fighting amongst each other.
It was a quote.
Fighting amongst each other.
It's a quote,
And the phone
John.
call that we all received was, you already knew. Correct?
Correct, and then I called back and the response was, I wasn't told, it was canceled, and that's it.
Well,
Okay. I have a very tight schedule at work.
I think we all do, so if you want to set a precedent, whether you want to put it in a council rule, in a memo, in an email, in a letter, however you want me to do it, I acted in the best interest of not having any information, but I think all the information that everybody has received, it'll be helpful to do the budget. So maybe someone would appreciate what I did
Oh, I
after the
appreciate it,
fact.
that's not, the question isn't.
But
did not
tell
get
me
the
how you want it
information.
to be done.
I agree, we need to get information, we have it now, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is transparency. We all talk about transparency, but I wasn't, why? It's courtesy. Why was it canceled? And, I mean, I don't know,
I actually took it
Councilman-
for granted. I thought it would be the obvious because we didn't have the information. I had a very busy schedule. I just have, and I just thought it was the obvious. So to not belabor it, however the council wants it to be done, I'll do it.
Well, to
So-
go along with my brother Steve over here, who says he has a very tight schedule, I can appreciate that also. And I really don't want to come to a meeting to find out we don't have any information, we just stare at each other. So we got to kind of go one side of the fence or the other here.
Yeah, Madam President?
Yeah.
I do want to just mention that I assumed the reason was we didn't have the information in order to review it, and I appreciated not coming out, which would have been a purposeless event, without having the documents to review and be prepared for. So I appreciated not coming out and then not being able to discuss because we didn't have anything to discuss.
Well, we could have probably discussed some of the stuff that wasn't, that information wasn't pertinent to. And there was some stuff that we could have discussed. And maybe we would have been that much more ahead come the next workshop, right? But,
Well,
I don't think one person should make that decision for 7 people. I really don't, because that person didn't get some information. Anybody that sits in that chair, because they didn't get a specific amount of information, could cancel any meeting anytime.
Well, I looked at it this way. I schedule meetings,
So,
and so I could cancel meetings.
no, you can't.
So,
There's no rules or regulations saying that you can.
well, if I can schedule a meeting, I just assumed I could cancel a
Well,
meeting.
you can't assume. That's a bad
So-
word to use, assume.
Well, if I schedule it, I can cancel it. And so
No.
moving forward, if everyone wants to go to the meeting and decide once we get there, I have no problem with that. I like policies.
I think
I'll
we're
follow
kind
it.
of backing
Yeah.
ourselves into a corner, and I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying, Councilman, and I understand what the president's saying. But looking forward, if we go ahead with this new policy, so what do we do? What do we do? We say, all right, let's come to the meeting. Now, before we even get to the meeting, is there a quorum?
Well, if you
So the
don't have a-
meeting
if
is
you
like
don't have a
already
quorum-
canceled before you come, and
If
then
you
you're
don't have a
coming.
quorum, Councilman, then you can't have a meeting.
That's my exact point.
So, but that can
So that's
happen,
why-
that could happen here. Oh,
That's correct.
That could happen here.
That's absolutely correct.
That could happen right now,
Right.
tonight. You
Right.
could have had 3 people show up, and everything we discussed tonight would have been, wouldn't have
Right.
happened. So, I mean, that can happen
Right,
anytime.
and Councilman Giusti, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying in general, for all of my peers here, maybe we need to communicate a little better. Maybe we all need to communicate a little better. Everyone has a busy schedule, everyone's doing this, everyone's doing that, so, just reach out. Not to have a rolling meeting, I'm not saying that, but just, keep involved. We have to keep involved. You can't wear this when you want it.
I've got a question for legal. If a group email was sent out, does that violate open meetings law? I mean, I know it's a general question, but not to discuss an agenda, but what about
Well, I think the problem is that the only group emails that I've allowed to go out when I've been here is the clerk sending out a group email to the council members saying, here's an addition to the agenda, or can you tell us when your dates of your meetings are? If they're administrative like that, I say yes, but not a group email about trying to use the clerk to go through to say, well, we don't have this item, we don't have that item, but we've got these two items, should we have the meeting, should we not? You know, I've never allowed that. I've allowed administrative stuff. So what I say, you know, in the future, when you say we talk about transparency, what I say, okay, it's okay for the clerk to send out a blast email saying the meeting's gonna be canceled due to the following reasons. I could probably go with that because we're not doing government work with that. All you're doing is sending out the email. But I wouldn't want to back and forth whether or not everybody agrees with that or not. But a transparency, like you say, as far as the meeting was canceled for this reason, going forward as a policy, I wouldn't have a problem with violating the meetings that way because she's giving you the reason. But I wouldn't want the group, if you mean group email, like a conversation going as a result of that, as to whether or not the decision's going to be questioned or not, then I'd say, yeah, we're violating that. But the email being a little bit more verbose, I wouldn't have a problem. As long as it came from the clerk, I wouldn't have a problem with that for the secretary. So, maybe
Okay.
that's, you know.
Okay, any other questions? All right, 27, speed bump. Councilman Odhiello requests discussion and vote for a speed bump on Hillside.
I put this on the agenda every year. I'd just like to send a letter to DPW to put the speed bump back on Hillside Drive.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. 28 Redwood Drive, Councilman Odhiello, discussion and vote for signage to deter speeding on Redwood Drive.
I'm looking for suggestions here. I received an email from a constituent who I've been talking to for a long time, and he's always had concerns, and Redwood Drive intersects with Hillside. I already have the police doing D-runs over there and monitoring that, but his child is diagnosed with something, and so I'm not sure if we should put a slow children at play sign or a children at play sign or just a slow sign, something to deter speeding near his house, which is at the bottom of Redwood Drive.
I think you can just ask for that. I think if you call DPW, they'll just put that up for you.
Well, what kind of signs do we have? I remember like.
I don't know, you could ask them. They would probably get whatever you need or whatever you.
Okay.
We don't need an ordinance for that because.
All right. Sounds
So
good.
we can send a letter to Glenn? Is that what you're
I'm
doing?
gonna call him. I just didn't know like how that process.
Procedure?
Yeah, the procedure on that.
Special signs.
Okay. 29, multiple street names. Councilwoman Brady requests discussion and possible vote concerning the correspondence from Solicitor Galone concerning multiple street name issue.
Thank you, Madam President. The town solicitor responded to our letter. You have his response, and he indicated in that letter, he actually recommended that the town allocate a stipend to the residents to effectuate the street name changes. He went on to say in that letter that the town council could act to defray the cost associated with the recording of the deeds by waiving the recording costs. He feels that a reasonable stipend would be between $75 and $100 per resident for the deed work. I did see him this evening, and I did share with him that we would be communicating with him, so this is the form of communication. I'd like to make a motion to send a letter to Anthony Galone, our solicitor, asking him to hire an attorney to draft the deeds necessary for the changes at no cost to the residents and property owners, and for the clerk to inform the residents by letter as soon as we have this information, and to include in the letter the plan changes by the fire marshal.
So moved.
Madam,
Is there a second?
Councilwoman Brady?
Was there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry, self-second.
Okay.
I just got a question.
Yep.
On this, right? What about the cost that the homeowner is going to incur when they have to go to the bank with the change of address, with all the other costs? How much is that going to cost?
Well, we had asked the solicitor to come up with a price, an estimate on the deed work. As far as banks, I've never been charged a fee when I go to switch over any checking accounts. Have you? I don't know. Can anyone tell me
I'm not
who's
worried
been
about that.
through
I'm worried
that?
about the, like if a person has a mortgage on their house.
Does anyone happen to know? Do you happen to know?
I don't know, Councilman.
It's just a change of address.
After last month's meeting, I had a conversation with Anthony alone. And Anthony proceeded to tell me that he felt uncomfortable being the town attorney and then also drafting all these deeds for the people. So I said to him, I came up with the idea, I said, okay, Anthony, if that's not the case, then why don't you send a letter back to the council, saying that maybe they should adopt a stipend for each neighbor, so much per neighbor to cover the cost that you're talking about, Councilman. And now he sent back this letter, which I think $75 to $100, Council, I've never done a deed for $75 or $100 in my life.
That's what I'm saying.
So I think it's, and I told Councilman Grady that this evening before the meeting, that I thought it was rather low. So, either the solicitor's gonna do what Councilman Grady said, he's gonna hire a lawyer, or the council's gonna decide maybe to increase this number for the neighbors that are affected, so that maybe it covers some of the costs that you're talking about with the banks.
Now, that $7,500, is that gonna be per deed?
$75 per neighbor, per
So in other
resident.
words, let's say, I'm just being devil's advocate. She has a mortgage with Citizens Bank. She has a second mortgage with, I don't know, pick another bank. TD Bank.
Yeah, TD.
TD Bank. Now, those filings with those two banks, is that $75 per, or?
No, the way that I read the letter, it was $75 per homeowner.
Per homeowner.
$75 to $100 per homeowner to take care of what they gotta take care of. But you are correct, that if a deed has to be recorded, Councilman Warren can verify this, if a deed has to be recorded, or a mortgage has to be recorded, you're talking either approximately $65 for deeds and mortgage are different rates. Clerk can tell you this, $65 or $85 a piece just to re-record. So you're right, if a person has a first or second mortgage on their property, and this is where I said to you guys originally, landladies originally, that I talked to the title company, and could be issues with the legal description. You're right. If you have to record a new deed, and you're gonna record a new mortgage, well, the numbers start going. And if they got a first and second mortgage, then it's $85 times 2. So it could be a costly venture, and so that's why I say to you, I don't necessarily, although Anthony agreed with my idea of the stipend, he and I never talked about a figure, and I think the figure is rather low. So we either got to do what Councilman Brady's saying, is either tell Anthony, can you get us an attorney that'll do it and find out how much it is, or we got to come up with a greater stipend. Maybe say up to a certain amount.
Would it be reasonable to amend the motion to say to cover the expenses such as mortgage changes? The deed work, of course, is included with that.
Why don't we send him a letter, just ask him if he can find somebody who's willing to do it, number one, and for that kind of money, which the guy's gotta be on, right? And number two, what is the cost, and give that scenario of, like, if they have two mortgages with two different banks, how does that work?
No, I agree. I bet you right now, we pay the town pays attorneys to do like tax sale fees and stuff. I guarantee you they pay more than $7,500. Don't get me wrong, they pass it on to the tax sale purchasers or redeemers. But I bet you that cost is $150, at least for that deed. And that's a simple one.
To draft it?
No, because I think either, I don't know who's doing, whether it's Bob or I don't know who's doing it. But I mean, they're doing volume, and I think that's probably what they do, because it's a different deed than.
Right.
But all I'm saying is that I think that the figure is low, and I think that if this is we need to do it for a public safety issue, fine, but I think it's gonna be a little inconvenience financially and otherwise to the residents, that we need to come up with either a better figure or a better plan, like you're saying, Councilman.
Yeah.
So if you want to amend your motion, Councilman Brady, then we'll see what the solicitor says for next month, and I'll talk to him about it. sure he'll watch the video.
Okay, well, basically, my motion had at no cost to the residents. So whatever it costs is what we're gonna have to pay because it's a public safety issue. I didn't put a dollar amount in my conversation tonight with Mr. Galone. He was confident that he knew attorneys who would do it for $75, not even $100. But we need to have his help so that we can get moving on this. So if you don't mind, I'll just reread the motion again, to send a letter to the solicitor asking him to hire an attorney to draft the deeds necessary for the changes at no cost to the residents and property owners. And I think we might want to add as well as other expenses incurred.
But you gotta put a cap on that. That could end up costing.
A bit of bucks.
Huh?
Cost a bit of money.
What, not to exceed $300? Does that sound reasonable, Mark?
I would say that if Councilman Giustini's example, if you had a deed and a couple of mortgages, then, you know, 300, that number would cover it. I mean, at some point, you gotta decide, you gotta stop at some point, you know, so it doesn't sound to be like an unreasonable number, Councilwoman. And, you know, you're gonna figure, I don't know how many residents are affected by this, but it wasn't.
Is it 18?
18. So you understand, when it comes to the budget next week or whatever, you gotta make sure you allocate this money somewhere in the budget to cover it, so.
Okay, so
That's what I'm
does
saying. We
300
gotta know.
sound reasonable?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Like I said to you, you're right in your theory, Councilman, that maybe we should put a cap on it. If you put a cap on it,
I don't know.
multiply it
What
out.
do you want the cap to be?
Then you can multiply it out, and then you can put it, you can try to make a budget item for it, so.
I don't care what the cap is. I'm just saying.
Maybe the answer is to send a letter to Attorney Galone. Stick with me, I'm trying to get this. They send a letter to Anthony Galone, saying to him, asking him to find, is it possible to find a legal counsel out there other than himself that can draft the appropriate documents, and we can get it done for the $300 figure? I don't know. I don't know.
Documents not to exceed $300.
Per household.
For a homeowner, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
18 times 3, what do we get? That's $5,400. That's not good.
Okay. Yeah, and we have to pay it, whatever it is, we have to pay it. And for the, yeah, and for the clerk to inform the residents by letter as soon as we have this information, and to include in the letter the plan changes by the fire marshal. Does that sound reasonable?
You can go over your motion with the clerk tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you made the motion and you seconded it?
I seconded it.
Yeah.
Do you want to call the vote?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
No, what I would do is, I would take each one and ask the council people, soon as they're here, that you have them in front of you. We're gonna take them in categories, in bulk, and if somebody has an objection to one of them, they can note it, otherwise we'll vote each category one shot.
Okay. Item number 30, license renewals. Receive applications for the renewal of victualling, holiday sales, laundry, firearms, peddler, jiu-jitsu, karate, extended hours, and 24-hour licenses.
Make a motion to renew.
Second.
Motion to renew all the victualling license?
One question. Hello. Miller's Roast Beef's out of business, correct?
Yeah. I put
Yeah,
it
we're gonna
on-
remove, that's,
I mean, I put it on the master list.
Oh, all right.
all right, so, motion to renew all the victualling licenses has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Made the motion, Dina?
Manny.
Recusals from Kristen on the victualling, I'm not sure.
Okay, note that Council President Catanzaro is recusing on Captain's Catch, Catanzaro's Pizzeria, Paulie Penta's Italian Deli, and Simply Seasonal. Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to grant all the holiday sales license.
So moved.
So I have a second.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Council President Catanzaro is recusing on Shaw's Supermarket and Shaw's Market. I'd like to entertain a motion to grant the extended hours.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Guys have it.
Extended hours to who?
Avenue Grill, Betty's Restaurant, and Taco Bell.
Okay.
Same one. 24-hour, I'd like to entertain a motion to grant the 24-hour license to CVS and Sam's Food Store.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to grant a license to the laundromats. The Laundry Works, Baylong Laundromat, Get the Funk Out Laundry, Keep It Clean, Stop and Wash, yeah.
You almost slipped there.
Almost. I call it Waterman Laundromat.
Followed by Keep the Clean Laundry.
I know, right? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion's been made. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Grant the motion to the firearms, A1 Sports and Smith Hill Jewelry and Guns.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And peddler's license. Dell's Lemonade, Kona Ice Shaved Ice, North Creamery, Pelagi's Ice Cream.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And Jiu-Jitsu Karate.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Item number 31, National Grid pole location. Discussion and possible vote with regard to the receipt of a petition from National Grid for approval from the council to place one new pole on Union Avenue.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Number 32, resignation letter. Received a letter of resignation to be accepted with regret from Amin Malazzo as a sealer of weights and measures for the town of North Providence. Do I have
So moved.
a motion to accept this?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
33, board appointments, town council, discussion, action with regard to appointments to be made to the following boards. Board of Canvassers, minority appointment, sealer of weights and measures.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Vito Martinelli for, he put his resume into the town clerk's office, and he's got all the necessary licenses to do that job. So I'd like to nominate him.
Okay, motion's been made for Vito Martinelli. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Juvenile Hearing Board, 4 appointments total, mayoral appointments, 2 mayoral, 2 council appointments, Land Trust, and Land Trust Advisory Board. Is that it? You wanna read that, right?
No, just the who he's, this one's a reappointment and one's a new one.
Okay, from the mayor, please be advised I reappoint Louise Bello, who has been a juvenile hearing board member since July 2011. Make a motion to reappoint Louise Bello.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
And he chooses Vanessa Garcia as his alternate choice. Do I have a motion to?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it? All right.
Any other appointments? Reappoint the land, reappoint the advisory, there's 2 here.
Do you have this?
Here they are. There's no interest. And the council, June, 2, we will do that. That's at the top.
Okay, we're gonna reappoint for the North Providence Juvenile Hearing Board, Dr. Mary J. Archibald.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Jennifer Carvalho.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Louise Bello, we just did, okay. Stephen Queta.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. Ayes have it.
Aye.
And then-
Councilman Audiello, on item number B, I'd like to be, for the record, I voted nay. I'll vote
Oh,
nay.
okay.
On the appointment of Martinelli?
Right.
Yeah. I don't think you heard me. I didn't vote in favor. Okay.
I didn't hear anybody vote nay. Absolutely.
No, I didn't hear anybody either, so,
No. So
Okay.
2 nays?
yeah. Okay, and the reappointments to the Land Trust. Kenneth Conti. Do I have a motion to reappoint Kenneth Conti?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Ayes have it. And a motion to reappoint Marilyn Walaska. Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
And Louis Pucci and Teresa Mergener to the advisory board.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. 34.
Councilman, discussion with regard to the Financial Audit Committee report to be presented by Councilman Lynch.
I make a motion to accept as presented.
Minutes as reported.
Minutes
I'll
is
second
reported.
it.
A motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. The Finance Committee report, council discussion and action with regard to the Finance Committee report. Councilman Lynch.
Yeah, I make a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved.
A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. Claims submitted. Council discussion and action with regard to the claims received from the following: Paula Ciccarella, Rich Gruber, Monique Pass, Mel Life Auto for, I think it should say MetLife Auto, for Michael Croce and Teresa Croce. I'll entertain a motion to refer to the Claims Committee.
So moved.
Second.
A motion's been made and seconded. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn our meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting adjourned.